about or that he's ever seen before, and it terrifies me to even possess it. So he said you could call him. So he and I got on the phone. He didn't think it was safe to tell me what he had on the phone. He wanted me to come see or hear it. He was being very vague. And the fact is, he didn't need anything. I mean, I love going into unusual situations. And I thought, I wasn't a huge fan. You know, I actually became a little bit of one when I did some homework. But my collaborator is a musician. He's an ex-drummer, and he loved him. And he had just finished and published a book on Prince, where he was working with Prince on his memoir, and then Prince died. It's actually how I got him as my collaborator, because when Prince died, their project came to a screeching halt, and then he had to wait a year or two to figure out whether or not that he had enough material to finish the book without Prince. But I told Dan, my collaborator, I said, how would you like to go with me to Marilyn Manson? I don't know if I want to go up there alone. And he goes, are you kidding me? So we got on the plane just to go up there. So we went to the castle in the hills, and he, I don't know if he's ever going to listen to this.
No, he won't. I've been trying to get him on this for years. Yeah. He'll never do it.
Number one, I did love the guy, but he didn't have anything. What he had was an audio tape that he thought he had found in the house. He lived at the Taik house where the murders happened. He and Trent Reznor moved into
they recorded an album there, right?
Yeah, well, they were living there and recording an album.
Right.
And while they were there, he found stuff that had been like left behind by the previous owner and tenants. And one of them was an audio tape of Roman Polanski's police interrogation. And I had it already, you know, and you can get it. I had it actually 20 years before when nobody had it. But in the last 5 or 6 years, it somehow got out and they're bootleg and you can buy it online.
Right.
So it was difficult because Marilyn was, you know, already partying. He said, don't come before 11 o'clock at night. So we got up there at 11. And it was actually a historic night if you're a fan, because it was the first time he and his guitarist, who he threw out of the band a number of years, Twiggy, were together. And they had reconciled recently, but they hadn't met yet. So he invited Twiggy over to hang out with me and Dan and him and talk about Manson. And Twiggy, I guess, had been through rehab and everything. Yeah. They were both really sweet guys, but Twiggy was sober. And Marilyn has this amazing screening room that feels more like a harem. Unsurprisingly, there's no furniture. You just sit on pillows and it's pitch black. And there's this huge, what would have been a huge, beautiful window with a view of the valley because it's high up in the hills. But it's all blacked up with bricks. Because I think all the windows in this house are like that. I'm not 100% sure. So we just spent like 3 hours talking about the book, and he was trying to find the point in the tapes. And he said, well, even if I had them, you probably don't have this. And I'm pretty sure I do that one. And then I thought, well, I'm just going to humor him. I didn't mind. We were still having fun. Right. But thank God for Twiggy, because Marilyn didn't know how to operate any of the technical stuff. So Twiggy was going through everything. And
were they just little like cassette tapes? Or?
Yeah, they were cassette tapes. And we finally, when we were done listening to them at about 3 or 4 in the morning, let's just say there was a lot of substances offered to us. And Dan and I were on an adventure, so we accepted them. Twiggy stayed away from everything.
Right.
And I think he left at about 3 in the morning. And then the even better stuff came out, because he didn't want to have to Twiggy, yeah. And then at about 7 in the morning, I said to Dan, I go, because Dan's 20 years younger than me, I said, Dan, if I do any more of this stuff, I'm going to have a massive heart attack or a stroke. I go, I can't die in Marilyn Manson's house. He's got enough problems, you know,
oh my God.
So we literally left, I think, at 7 or 7:30 in the morning. And it was fun. I mean, the one thing I can tell you about him, since you are a fan, is he's one of the smartest guys and funniest. I mean, he could be a stand-up comic. The problem was he was so kind of, let's say, feeling good that he slurs a lot, and he also talks under his breath, and he doesn't. He's not performative. He'll just say these off-the-wall remarks that almost make you piss in your pants. And I missed so much because he was slurring a lot. And I thought this guy could have a whole like 10 other careers. I know he acts now, but he's a really intelligent guy. He was having problems with his fiance then. It was the night before the Oscars, and they had a huge fight because they disagreed on what he was going to wear to the Oscar party. They weren't going to the Oscars, but they were going to the big Vanity Fair party. And he helped Dan and I helped him decide what to wear.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he had already they had been supposed to get married 2 or 3 times already, and they kept fighting and canceling it. She was somewhere in the house. We never met her.
Who? Which one? Which woman was it?
She's his latest. She's a filmmaker. I can't remember her name. She's beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, Dan and I, when we looked her up the next day, she's a beautiful woman. I don't know if she's still with him or if she's made any of these allegations, but he went through all his old ex-girlfriends with us and told us stories.
Really?
He should have made us sign an NDA, but he can trust us,
Right.
Yeah,
Did you drink any absinthe?
He had it.
Yeah.
He brought out tequila.
Oh.
And when Dan looked at the tequila, I don't know my tequila, he said, this is like a $300 bottle of tequila. And of course, we're sitting on the floor because there's no furniture, and you get kind of uncomfortable. And after you drink a lot of tequila and do a lot of other stuff, you're not as mobile. And at one point, he brought out a second bottle of it, and I knocked it over right after we opened it. And he has a shag rug. Oh, no, I'm so sorry I spilled a bottle. He goes, I got cases of them in the basement. Don't worry about it. So, yeah.
Oh, my fucking God.
Yeah.
What a story.
Yeah. He's an open book. We were talking about the rumors about, the rib being cut out.
Oh, yeah. What did he say about that?
He said it wasn't true. He had a scar there for something. I can't remember half of what happened that night. Luckily, Dan took notes the next day, so I call up Dan to refresh. I should have done that. I didn't know you were a fan.
That's one of the most classic rumors about him, is removing the rib to suck his own dick.
Yeah.
And he had a bunch of funny, witty answers when people would ask him that in articles.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's incredibly intelligent and witty.
Yeah.
Like on the spot, being able to just destroy people.
Yeah, and he had just finished his record, which had a song, or maybe it was a title, had chaos in the title.
Oh yeah, We Are Chaos.
Yeah, and my book's called Chaos, and he's like, "Don't you try to sue me for plagiarism. I didn't steal it from you. It's a common word." I go, "No, don't worry about it. When you're performing it, hold the book up or something. You have millions of fans, but I guess he's not going to tour now."
Yeah, I don't know if he's doing anything. I don't think he's been in the public at all since Evan Rachel Wood came out and said all that stuff about him.
And then a couple other piled on, I think.
Yeah. But I think one of his ex-wives actually said that, he does do a lot of dark, demented shit, but he never did anything that was
Dita
Von Teese, right? She's like, he would never do anything as far as rape somebody or
I think he should have stayed with her because she was the one he had the nicest things to say about when we were talking. It was sure. And then he texted us. I knew he wasn't going to bed, and he had mentioned at some point that he never gets up before 5 in the afternoon, and he did text me at 5:30 or 6. Saying he just wanted to make sure we got home okay and we were fine. I'm like, wow. I said, I couldn't do that a second night in a row, but whenever you do it, after I've had a few days rest and relaxation, just let me know, I'll come back. And then a couple months later, he texted me Easter Sunday morning, so I know he hadn't gone to bed yet, at 7 in the morning, and just said, "Happy Easter, Tom." And I have Marilyn Manson, into my phone says Marilyn Manson, "Happy Easter."
Wow. Oh man, it's kind of just so bittersweet. Just his story, his life. You can't be that age and sustain that lifestyle.
Yeah, I don't know how. So it was. He played us some new music that hadn't been released. He had a music video that hadn't been released. And Dan got to talking about music, which made him, so happy.
Yeah.
But I'm older school. I'm before Marilyn. My music was Patti Smith.
Right.
The Ramones and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, his obsession was with those days with the American obsession with and the combination of someone like Charles Manson and his story being a serial killer. He was just as equally such a part of American culture as Marilyn Monroe was, and that mixed with like the Kennedy assassination and like, all the obsession around that, and it's just fascinating how obsessed people are with true crime and these kind of cultural iconic American stories.
Definitely.
So what is the next book going to be about? Is the next book, how could you possibly expand on everything that you went through over the past 20 years to create this book?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be that difficult. First of all, for your listeners, if they don't know anything about the book, I don't want it to be oversold. It doesn't answer the biggest questions it raises. Basically, that's why it took so long. I kept looking for a smoking gun to prove the theses. There's more than one in here. And my agent kept telling me after like the first 5 or 6 years, you've got enough stuff. You don't have to prove everything. You definitely completely blow apart the official versions of the Manson murders, the reason for the murders, the fact that there were more people involved in the commission of them and the manipulation of Manson. That's huge. That's enough. But I was never satisfied because I always felt like I was, one day away from going on and on and on.
Yeah, so that's what keeps you going, right?
Yeah, for better or worse. So what I've gotten since the book came out is I've gotten a lot more substantiation. It's like building a pyramid and I'm almost at the top. And I'm thinking, like I told Dan, my collaborator, a week or two ago, I said, I think if I can get a few more things in the next month, then I can stop and we can go and start on it. If not, I do think we have enough anyway, even if I don't get it, but I'll still want a little more time. We didn't write anything about the Sirhan case in the book, assassin of Robert F. Kennedy's assassination occurred about a year and a month before the Taik murders in Los Angeles. And the same cops, same attorneys, same players, and I uncovered a lot of new and pretty compelling information proving that Sirhan was a Manchurian candidate, somebody who was programmed to be in the pantry. Believe me, I'm not the first one to do that. A lot of really respected writers and authors have been trying to get this case reopened for years. I had some new information, but we couldn't link it to the main psychiatrist in our book who we allege manipulated Manson. He was a good candidate, but I said without linking it, it would have been 2 or 3 whole chapters that wouldn't have stayed on our narrative through line in the book. So when we do the new book, I think I will be able to link it. And that's one thing, for instance, that'll be in the new book. And also the Jonestown case, with like Jim Jones and the mass suicides in Guyana. All this stuff happened in the Patty Hearst kidnapping. Right. So it's basically just kind of unraveling a lot of stuff that are pretty much landmark historic crimes in the United States that occurred in the 60s, and I try to stop in the 70s. Right. That were presented to us by media, a media that was complicit with the government and the CIA to cover up truth and realities of how many of these things were provoked.
How frustrating is it knowing that there is evidence out there that basically would give you the answers?
Yeah,
to all this book, like what is it? The guy Tex Watson. There's recordings of him. There's tapes that are somewhere that you just can't get your hands on. But it must be so frustrating to know they're there and they exist.
Yeah. So that's actually, the book kind of ends with me trying to get those tapes, and I won't spoil the story, but that was incredibly frustrating. I hope that comes through in the book because number one, I discovered these tapes existed, that they were in a safe in an attorney's closet in Texas that he had kept since November of 1969. And it was what he had told me were 20 hours of audio tape of Tex Watson, Manson's kind of right-hand man, who did most of the killing and all the murders. Manson was absent from the murder scenes. Right. The second night of the La Bianca murders, he tied them up and told the others what to do, but left before the murders happened. So Tex, before anyone knew who he was, who the Manson family was, they weren't in the papers yet. Only the police considered them suspects. had been detained. He had fled home to his little town in Texas where he was from, and the LAPD wanted to interview him as a suspect. So they called up his cousin, who was a lawyer in the small town that he lived in, and speaking as a sheriff of that town, and the cousin agreed to take his nephew into custody while the two LAPD cops came down. And he called a lawyer, Bill Boyd, and Bill Boyd came over and said, I'll represent him. And he said, what are these guys coming down here to talk to you about? He said, I have no idea. He goes, well, something happened in Los Angeles. And he said, it beats me. So the two cops came down and sat down with the lawyer, Taik, his parents, and his uncle, the sheriff. And they said, where were you on the night of August 8th, 1969, August 9th, 1969? And the others put it together. And someone said, are you talking about the Sharon Tate murder? And he said, I never knew her, had nothing to do with that. So Bill Boyd said the others, can I have a few moments alone with them? And they said, yeah. So they left. And then he said to Tex, he said, Charles was his real name. He said, Charles, this is pretty serious allegations. I want you to think about it and then answer as honestly as you can these detectives' questions. And I'll represent you and make sure you don't go to the death penalty. Because he already knew, you could tell that he was getting caught up in some lies. So they left Tex alone for an hour or two, and then Bill went back to see Charles. And again, alone, just one-on-one, he said, do you know what these men are here for? And he goes, you know that girl Sharon Tate, that actress that they mentioned? He goes, yeah. He goes, I killed her. And he said, okay, I'm going to tell them you're not talking to them, but that I'm going to represent you. So he said, you're done with my client. You can come back, with a subpoena or whatever, but right now he's my client. I don't want him answering any questions. So then he went and reported Charles for 2 days, just telling everything about how he met Manson, what other people were around. And I called him, this lawyer, in 2008, I think, to interview him. And he made the mistake during the interview of telling me, I have these tapes that nobody's ever heard, and they were before anything had been written in the newspaper, so they're probably like the purest account of what really happened. Charles was so honest, and he just talked for about 20 hours. And he said he even described other murders that the police had never learned about. The minute he said that, I thought, number one, he's implicating his former client, who's always your client, in other murders. And number two, he's never going to let me hear those tapes. Right. So when I said, so you're talking about murders that the police hadn't discovered? And he said, yeah, other murders. And then all of a sudden he realized what he was saying. He goes, not that Charles had committed, but that Charles was aware the others had done. And I said, well, who were they? He goes, well, I haven't listened to them in, I guess then it was like 40 years. Because I know there were a couple bikers they killed, and I was already looking into these missing bikers who had been last seen with the group in Death Valley. And I said, Mr. Wood, is there any chance I could come down and listen to the tapes? And then he got really nervous, because then all of a sudden he's realizing he violated his confidentiality. He said, well, I couldn't do anything without Charles' permission, but I'll ask him. And then that was it. He wouldn't take my phone calls. His secretary would always say, he had no time to see him, he's traveling. And after like 3 months of blowing me off, I told the secretary to tell him I was going to write to Charles in prison, tell him what he said, and ask for an interview. And she had just told me he was in China on business. So she said, I'll tell him. And she hung up, and the phone rang a minute later. And my caller ID said, McKinney, Texas. And it was him on the phone. Don't you dare write to my client. If you say that I said all that, I'll deny it. God damn it. And I said, but you said it all on audio tape. He said, I didn't give you permission to tape me. I said, not only did you give me permission, you did it on tape. God damn it. So he died 2 months later of a heart attack on a treadmill at about age 68 or 7, I think. I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, you definitely did.
Long story short, the tapes went into, his firm had gone bankrupt. So they went to bankruptcy court, and for about 2 years, I tried to get the court to release the tapes to me rather than put them up for auction or destroy them or whatever they were going to do. and again, it's a very long story, but I'll keep it short. The trustee in charge of them ended up contacting the deputy DA in Los Angeles, who knew what I was doing and really wanted the tapes too, and was kind of advising me. And I said, if you don't think I'm legit, you can get in touch with him. So she did. And then, of course, stupidly, I was naive enough to think that that wouldn't ruin my chances. But sure enough, Patrick Sakira arranged to get the tapes from her. And he had always promised me that the minute, if he got them first, I would sit down with him and listen to them for the first time.
Who's Patrick?
He was the deputy DA who was in charge of all the parole hearings for the Manson family. So he called me up really excited. He said, I can't believe it. They're going to release the tapes to me, but we can't let the press know, because if the press finds out and Tex finds out, he's going to stop it. But somebody down there in Texas found out. Oh no, the trustee called Watson's current attorney because she had to. I don't know why Patrick thought that wasn't going to happen. So then Watson immediately went to court to stop the tapes from being released. And then there was a 2 or 3 year process from the county court to state Supreme Court, where they finally decided the tapes should be released. And then the LAPD and the DA's office got them, and then they wouldn't talk to me anymore. And to this day, they're sitting in a vault, because I believe those tapes tell the truth about why things happen, how they really happened, and who was behind the scenes manipulating Manson.
So that, Oscar, can you hit the power button on the AC real quick? What camera? Okay. Just hit it down to like 75. So this may be a stupid question, but Tex is in prison for life. So
he does get parole here.
Okay.
He has 4 children that he's had in prison. She got married, and until the late 70s, prisoners were allowed, even convicted murderers on death row, were allowed to have conjugal visits. Sharon Tate's mother, Doris Tate, when she found out that Watson had had his first child, she spent, I think, 10 years lobbying the legislature, the state legislature of California. She became a political activist, and she finally got them to write a bill saying no more conjugal visits for prisoners in California. So because of the late Doris Tate, prisoners can't get laid in prison anymore.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but he managed to have 4 kids before she prevailed. And they're now grown up. One of them is in the Marines. The wife he had them with divorced him, and I think he's remarried to a new woman.
That's so weird how women love to marry people on death row.
Yeah. Yeah, Bruce Davis, another convicted Manson family member, is married. You might recall the year or 2 before Charlie died, he was engaged to a young woman that really looked a lot like Susan Atkins, Star.
Yeah.
Who is interesting now. She is now the lover of, I forgot his name. He's an actor, and he was a Manson obsessive. There was a movie called Buffalo 66. Oh, Vincent. Can I...
Yeah, sure.
Because this is fascinating, and it's never been reported before,
really?
To my knowledge. Yeah. She was engaged to Manson, living outside of the prison walls in Corcoran with a guy named Grey Wolf, who was Manson's communication man on the outside. Like when I interviewed Manson, I had to go through Grey Wolf. To get to Manson, everything had to come through him. So Grey Wolf was an old hippie in like his 70s. Mm-hmm. Star was living with him and visiting Manson every weekend that she could.
Wow.
And they were this close to getting married, and then Manson found out that she was fucking Grey Wolf.
Oh.
So he ended his relationship with her and his relationship with Grey Wolf, who had literally devoted his life to making sure Manson had money, got his mail. Any interview that Manson did had to be approved by Grey Wolf.
Right.
And a friend of Manson's, who I kept in touch with, said that Charlie cried himself to sleep every night after he found out he'd been betrayed by both Star and Grey Wolf. And I thought, she couldn't get laid with Charlie, so she was maybe thinking of Manson when she slept with this guy who looked a lot like him, same age, but maybe a foot taller.
Huh. I would imagine a guy like Manson would have already been able to cope with that idea by that point, having spent his whole life in prison.
Of course.
Like, having you not thought of that scenario already? Like,
and I mean, when he was Manson, he was sleeping with 5 women a day. Right. There was nothing about monogamy in their lifestyle. But, I guess when you're an older guy and it's done to you, maybe...
And the girl, Star, she was much younger.
Yeah.
She was like in her 20s or something.
Yeah, and she shaved her head. She did the swastika on her forehead. I can't remember if it was scratched in or maybe tattooed or something. The actor's name is Vincent Gallo, and he was kind of an underground indie actor, but I'll show you a picture.
Pull him up on the screen, Austin. So this guy?
That guy, yeah. No, yeah.
Huh. He looks like a
freak. Yeah, he was a Calvin Klein model. He used to live around the corner from me in Little Italy in Manhattan in the 70s and 80s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he did a lot of really good movies. He directed a couple. He moved out here. He does character parts in some films.
And he's obsessed with Manson.
Yeah, so I think he got to know Grey Wolf, and they were interested in, people would buy stuff at auction, Manson's paintings and things like that. And somehow Star got in the mix, so as soon as Grey Wolf threw Star out, my sources told me that she moved out to Malibu, and he took her in, and they became lovers. And now they're in New Mexico or Arizona or something.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah.
That's totally wild.
A lot of soap opera drama even to this day.
So you met Manson face to face?
No.
You never got in the same room.
Unfortunately, when I interviewed him in 2000, he was what they call in the hole, in solitary confinement. He wasn't allowed to have visitors. He was only allowed out of his cell for an hour a day, and he was allowed to make phone calls 1 night a week. So during the period that I had finally set up the interviews, I couldn't go in. And you always want to face somebody, and it's really frustrating, especially with a guy like him that plays so many games. Yeah. So we talked on the phone 2 or 3 nights. One of my claims to fame is the first time I spoke to him, I went to Premiere, the magazine who had commissioned the article, because my editor didn't want them having my home phone number. So she's like, you have to do it at the offices. I don't want them to know how to find you. I'm like, if they want to find me, they're going to find me. But I agreed to do it.
Who's they?
Manson and the people that are on the outside of prison.
Okay, his crew outside of prison.
Yeah. So I went to their offices, and it was nighttime, like 9 or 10 o'clock. And all of a sudden it occurred to me it was Valentine's Day. And I'm like, wow, this is tragic. My Valentine's Day is a date with Charlie Manson. So when he answered the phone, or when he got on the phone, he called me, and I go, hey, Charlie, how you doing? He goes, real good, man. How are you? And I go, great. I go, happy Valentine's Day. He goes, oh, thanks, man. Same to you.
Charles Manson was your Valentine.
Yeah.
Marilyn Manson texted you on Easter.
Yeah. I was at a wedding in London about 15 years ago, and there was a very old man there. And we had a competition to see who had the greatest brush with evil. He won. Mine was the Manson thing. Happy Valentine's Day, Charlie. He was a Jewish man who, when he was about 7 or 8 years old, was playing with some friends, and the Fuhrer, Adolf Hitler, was surveying this little community he lived in that was, there had already been partitioned off to Jews. And he said to this little boy who was like 7 or 8, you're a cute little boy, would you like an ice cream cone? And he said, yes. So Hitler bought him an ice cream cone.
What?
So at the wedding, they had a vote to decide who had the best brush with evil, and they decided that getting an ice cream cone from Adolf Hitler was scarier than Manson saying Happy Valentine's Day.
Jesus. Yeah, I would say it trumps the Manson Valentine's Day. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's backtrack a little bit. Explain to people who don't already know, how did this whole thing start for you? Like, how did this whole journey start with you just being, you weren't initially interested in the story at all. You just kind of like stumbled across this job.
I was freelancing. I moved out to LA for what I thought was going to be 2 years, sublet my place in New York, was going to go back the following 6 months later. my editor, who I'd written with at another magazine that we had all left. It was called Us Magazine. It's still around. It used to be an entertainment magazine that was mostly about motion pictures, music, and TV. And Jan Wenner, who owned it in Rolling Stone, had decided to make it much more tabloidy. Reality TV was just starting, and he wanted us to do stories about the Kardashians, the reality people. So all of us at the magazine let our contracts go and quit, and they all went to Premiere Magazine, all the people who I worked for. So she said, you should come over with us, but you got to do one great piece here. And she said the anniversary of the Taik LaBianca murders were coming up in August. This was March. And she said, do a story on it. I'm like, a story on what? And she goes, read the book, you'll find an angle. I go, oh, come on, Leslie. I go, number one, I've never read the book. Hasn't it been written to death? And I didn't say that, to be funny. I didn't realize it until after I said it. And I just said, there's nothing about that interests me. And she said, well, it's what I got for you right now, and I know you need the money because I haven't worked for a few months. And she said, here's something I'll tell you. Now that I put his name into your head, you're going to realize that you hear him referenced sometimes every day. She said, I hear he's always, compared to the most evil person in the world, described as a metaphor for evil, popular culture, news, and sure enough, all of a sudden I'm seeing his name in newspapers just as a descriptive, like an adjective or something. So I agreed to do it, and it was supposed to be a 3-month job, and I read Helter Skelter, and I circled stuff or noted stuff that seemed a little bit, something that I thought could be explored a little more. And there were lots of stuff that Bugliosi, who was the author, Vince Bugliosi, and also the prosecutor who convicted the Manson family group in trial in 70 and 71. There was a lot of stuff I could kind of go along with, but I'm like, listen, this is so amorphous. I don't know how. And she said, once you start to find an angle, you always do. I've been working with her for like 15 years in the magazine business. She was always my editor, and we thought alike, and she was great. So she said, if you can't find anything else, just find out how it changed kind of the culture of Hollywood, because, that's when everybody started retreating from public places, stars, putting walls up, buying guard dogs. They didn't feel safe in their homes anymore. That didn't interest me either, but I thought, all right, I need the money. But what I did was I read Helter Skelter, and then I interviewed Vince Bugliosi first, spent about 6 hours at his house. He was very generous with me, talked. Said a couple of things that are too complicated to explain in an interview. It takes like a half hour, but if you read the book, it takes chapters, and it's not till the very end you realize why it's so important. A couple lot, as he told me. But after that, he basically told me everything I'd already read he'd said to other interviewers for years and years. I thought, why don't I reach out to people who've never talked about the case, principal witnesses? Because at the time, people really were frightened of the Manson family members on the outside. So the prosecution witnesses, the guy that owned the Taik LaBianca house, the guy that owned the Taik house that rented it to him, has always been pursued by journalists because he's never talked about his pivotal part in all this. Terry Melcher, Doris Day's son, who also was connected to Manson. Right. So with the passage of time, I thought maybe they won't be as frightened. Maybe people who wouldn't talk will. So first, actually, I reached out to people like Sharon Tate, Roman Polanski's crowd. They were very close friends to dozens of Hollywood people, but most close to Robert Evans, the producer, Ali McGraw, Michelle Phillips, John Phillips of the Mamas and the Papas, Warren Beatty, Jane Fonda, Roger Vadim. None of them would talk to me. No one would talk to me. And it started getting really frustrating. And then I went to the witnesses, people who actually were lesser known except in the Hollywood industry. And I got a couple to agree to talk to me. And I realized it wasn't that they were less scared, but nothing had really happened to them since then. A lot of them, their lives were off the rails being associated with this, especially this one guy, Rudy, who owned the house where the murders happened. He was a principal prosecution witness for Bugliosi. He had to testify about Manson having this visit to the house before the murders to establish that Manson knew where these people lived and how to get into the property. And Rudy had lost his life savings. He had owned that house. Kind of became a drug addict, went through everything, had to sell the house to Trent Reznor of the Nine Inch Nails, and was living in a shitty like garage apartment in Van Nuys.
What year did you sell the house to Trent Reznor?
I think he owned it for 20 years after the murders, so that would be 79, 80.
Yo, what up, GB? How you living, pimp?
And he had a long-time
What's good?
business partner who was his lover. That guy had died, and he was being kept alive.
Excellent. I'll have to take a look at it right now. Just a moment. So I would find it in the Telegram. Okay, didn't we have a Twitter community? Or was that just for Sprotos? Okay, very well. I wish I could do more on Twitter. I mean, you're probably like, Rabbi, you live stream more on Twitter than anybody, period. Like, anybody. But if I interact with anybody, they've got my IP tagged or something, or my account's tagged, and my account gets banned, like, just about instantaneously. That's why I can't like or upload anything of anybody's. The only thing I can do is just create new streams, and that's all I do. If you would, put it in the Telegram, and I'll look at it right now. Okay, GB, I'm looking at it right now. Oh, that's baller. This is the power of retention. See the glow of this man's eyes after not releasing himself for a year? This could be you. Never stop, never coom. Love it. I love it. Thank you, man. I feel like a member of ZZ Top. Do you know who ZZ Top is? Yeah, absolutely. This is my second longest beer of my life, and this has been like, maybe about 6 months or so. The longest one I ever had was like this. It was really, really big. And yeah, it becomes really hot. But I'm gonna grow it out that big, and I'm thinking I'm just gonna be one of those people who just never shaves again, basically, or like I think I'm gonna have a really long beard this time. So get ready. It's gonna. Yeah, exactly. And it was very, very big, and I would get this issue where, like, I don't particularly. I mean, I think I know, and it's something that's common, where you, like, since you can't clean your skin, because you can like run your skin under water, like run your beard under water and stuff, but it can get dried out, and it just would get to the point where I would want to like have it a little bit like more how would I say, softer. And so I got some beard oils, and these beard oils work a lot better. So this time around, I think it'll just be able to not get as dry, and it'll be really big. So yeah, the other rabbis refer to it as like, because it's like a red beard, which is different than my normal hair. It's like a certain haplotype that I am. It's known as MC1R, and it's pretty common of people who basically, like, we have a higher pain tolerance than most people. It's just like something that happened through evolution. So we have like red patches of like my normal hair is brown, and like my arm hair is brown, my chest hair is brown, but my beard hair is red. or like kind of not like bright red, but like a little redder than normal. So, oh, okay, then you're probably, yeah, you're probably the same. So, what color is your hair? Oh, your hair is blonde, but your beard is red. There you go. So, very similar. And it's pretty common amongst people. So, all right. So, what are we doing now? I've got all these people who are complaining about me on um, on Blue Sky, and that's great. It's very much. I'm sure you've seen the meme because I've seen it a lot in the crypto community of the guy who's diamond mining, and you never know when you're just right at the wall before you turn around. And so, but I did this thing. I created a bot on Kick, um, and I haven't given up on Kick yet. And the bot on Kick just basically posts um, clips of mine, or like I make clips of people, but it puts my YouTube in there and it puts my Discord link, and it. I had some people who messaged me in Discord like, "Hey, why did you do this?" And I'm like, "Oh shit!" When I find out like that works, that's a big deal for me because, like basically it's about how much time and effort I'm putting in, and so I think I'm gonna have one device just doing Kick, and the other devices doing um, Blue Sky, and it'll cut my Blue Sky spamming down about a third, which isn't a huge amount. I mean, it's enough, but it will give me like multiple platforms on which I'm spamming. So I think that'll be positive. And I found this really nice website that, like, the thing that would always kind of be difficult for me in spamming or creating a bot is when I go on Kick, it gives you the front page. And so I'd have to scroll down the front page, which takes time to find and like have it do on an automated fashion to find a new person to spam. Well, this I found a website that allows you to just do a random stream of somebody, and that's a lot more beneficial for me because you just go to it and it just randomly gives you a new stream, and so that allows me to mix things up a lot more than normal. And I just figured out a way of logging in with multiple accounts. So I've got some things in the hopper, which is positive. And when people like I had a bunch of people in my Discord last night, um, and they find out for me from Discord. So it's kind of like I have no idea how people are going to find out about me. I mean, I don't even consider Discord like a. I mean, it's big for me and being able to communicate with people, but like getting new people in, I don't even expect them to find out about me on Discord. But it's by far the way that people find out about me the most because I'm in live in so many different Discords simultaneously, just live streaming. So I'm gonna work on this bot, and I hope you have a wonderful day off. I love the content that you make; it's amazing. And I had somebody. This made me laugh so hard. Um, they made a. Okay, do you know who Vince McMahon is of the WWE? Okay, so there's that meme of him where he's like, oh, I can just show it to you. Um, he, yeah, exactly. So I do this thing where I spam people, and it's like come to Rabbi's Discord and discuss Santa Claus machines, which are like replicators. Basically, it's like a 3D printer that's connected to every element in the periodic table and lets you create anything. So not just like 3D printed stuff, but like it let you make a computer or like a dog, or you could make a diamond ring. You can make whatever you want, but it's not just out of plastic. So there's that. Then I say invisibility cloaks, and then I say milfs, and it's like Vince McMahon like getting high like hornier and hornier, and then the final one where he blows, it's like and be made a trillionaire. And this person made me laugh so hard. This happened like within the last 36 hours. I laughed so hard that I captured it on my stream and then actually uploaded it to the guy because it was so funny. So I get some people who just make some stuff that is just really, really creative and makes me laugh and stuff. And you're definitely one of those people. So I am gonna continue making my bots. I appreciate you hopping in, and know I'm always here for you. Enjoy your day off, and if you have more time, come back a little later. Okay. Love you too, GB. You're the man. Take care. Peace. That's GB, everybody. The man, the myth, the legend. What a sweetheart. All right. Welcome. How are you? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? How's your day going? Oh, it's Brinks. What up? Huh?
And his bills were paid by an interesting group of his former clients. He was a talent manager. Dick Van Dyke, Jack Nicholson, Jimmy Darren, who was a kind of a pop singer actor, and Sally Kellerman. So they would give him allowance because they all felt so sorry for him. So I started trying to get him to talk to me, and first he wanted me to pay him, and you're not allowed to pay people. I said, I'll just take you out to a really nice meal. That's the best I can do. So we went to the famous Musso and Frank restaurant, which if you saw Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, it's where Al Pacino's character has his first big dinner with Brad Pitt and Leonardo DiCaprio. It's a classic Hollywood movie location restaurant. So that turned into weekly dinners for about 2 or 3 years. And
Weekly?
Yeah.
For 2 or 3 years?
I mean, because he was lonely.
Right.
After the very first dinner, when he was driving home, he said he was chased off the road, got in a car accident, and was almost killed. He thought that it was because he talked to me. Everything did happen. He did have an accident. Somebody hit him and ran. He did have to go to the hospital. I tried not to get paranoid. Nobody ever did again. He got notes and stuff from people telling him to stop talking to me, but the point being, he didn't have enough money to buy another car. So then I had to drive out there to Van Nuys from Venice, which is, you always want to go about 5 or 6 o'clock. So that meant a 2-hour drive with rush hour traffic. Then you always wanted to go out at swank places in Hollywood. So that's another rush hour traffic would be 45 minutes. We get to a restaurant, and he wouldn't order food for 2 hours because he wanted to have all his martinis or gin and tonics. And the next thing you know, he's grabbing the waiters' asses. He was a real character, and he got away with it. But and then I'd have to, on the way home, stop at the supermarket at midnight. And I didn't pay for his groceries, but walk with him through the store, and it took forever. So it was like an 8-hour investment. Then I had to drive all the way back to Venice. But he was giving me information. And that's how you get it. You know, you have to really kind of embed yourself into people's confidence and lives. And he was the first, and then there was like dominoes. Because people knew he was talking to me, more people talked to me. And then, but it doesn't happen overnight. So that's when the story changed and evolved into something that wasn't going to be a magazine story anymore. My editor-in-chief of Premiere became obsessed with what I was finding, so he kept extending my deadline. He said, we don't need to do it for the anniversary. This is too important. So I think they paid me for a year and a half, a monthly salary, just to report the story. Then that editor-in-chief got fired, and I went to my editor who worked under him, and I said, please tell me Jim didn't get fired because of all the money that he had spent, like $150,000, not just on my salary, but on my expenses for dinners and stuff. And I would be flown to London to interview people. She said it didn't help. So a new editor was hired, and I got a call the next day from him. He said, sounds like you got a really exciting story there. I go, I hope so. He goes, well, I'm really going to be proud to publish it, and I'm slating it for the issue after the next. Oh, I can't finish it. Jim would have told you. He goes, no, Jim's not here anymore. He goes, you got to have it in. So at that point, I got a book agent. And I didn't want to put out what I had because there were so many loose ends. And I thought, once I put out the most important stuff, you know, the LA Times, maybe I was grandiose, the New York Times, they're going to put their teams on this, and they're going to get the goods. Right? Yeah. So my agent got me out of my contract with a caveat that I had to reimburse, blah, blah, blah. So that's the right thing to do. Yeah. So at that point, well, sometimes I wonder, because the next thing I knew, you know, I didn't sell the book for another 5 years. In 2005, I sold the proposal, but I got an enormous. It was going to go to auction, and so they publisher Penguin Press gave me what's called a preemptive bid, which is higher than they'd normally pay, but for a think it was 48 hours. Nobody else could try to make a deal with me. And if I didn't take their offer in 48 hours, then they would withdraw. Then it would go to auction.
Okay.
So I said yes. My agent said they're really the best publisher in the business. You know, they do like presidential memoirs, and they're boutique and powerful, and just publishing with them is going to give your crazy conspiracy book complete legitimacy. So I did, and they gave an advance that was like record breaking for somebody who had never written a book before. I'd just been a magazine journalist, and that looked like it was going to be a real happy ending. But then they got impatient in 2011, and long story short, they canceled the deal, and worse, they then sued me for a return of the advance, which had been spent by me on all my reporting. So from 2012 to about 14 or 15, everything was frozen. I couldn't go out and try to sell the book until the lawsuit was resolved. I had to get a pro bono lawyer. So I just kept reporting as if I was going to have something.
How are you paying your bills?
I was living, borrowing money, and living off of what little was left from the advance. But I lived very frugally. I mean, I've done it in New York for years. You know, as a struggling journalist, I drove a horse and carriage in Central Park for 8 years. I knew how to hustle.
Okay.
But I didn't have any real full-time job during that period, because I worked 7 days a week researching. So once the lawsuit was resolved in 2016, I think, or 15, I got Dan as a collaborator, and we revised my book proposal. The original book proposal was book length, but it's 220 pages. In fact, when Dan and Scott, the two people at Penguin Press, bought it, they said, you know, you've written the book. All you have to do is fill in some of the guts. This is the guts. Just fill in some of the stuff. And I'm like, easier said than done. They're still reporting. So once I got this Wonder Kid on, and only because Prince died. If Prince hadn't died, he would have been working with Prince for 3 more years. Prince died, and all of a sudden, his agent said to my agent, you know, I heard you're looking for someone. Dan would be perfect for this. He can't pick up the Prince thing for at least 2 years until that estate is figured out, because they were all fighting over whatever Prince, you know, his money, his future projects. So Dan had like 2 years off, and he and I turned it out in 2 years. And it came out literally, we turned in the final draft, I mean, after all the edits and notes from the publisher, the day before what would have been the 20th anniversary of the magazine assignment. So it was literally 20 solid years.
That's incredible, man. Yeah. That's incredible.
But I don't advise anybody to do that. It took off 40 years of my life. It was brutal. I mean, you keep thinking it's going to end, and it doesn't. And the scariest thing is if the book had never come out.
Yeah.
That would have been, I would have been the tragic figure who, you know, spent his whole life writing a book and then never publishing his book. So, I mean, now I feel like if I got run over by a bus today, that's fine.
Yeah.
This is still here.
Right.
So.
Right.
Yeah.
You achieved your goal. You got it out.
Yeah.
You can wash your hands, but you're still, you know, obviously going to put out more.
Yeah.
It's not going to take 20 years. So, okay, what was the guy's name who owned the house who sold the Trent Reznor?
Rudy Altobelli.
Rudy.
I can tell you an interesting story about him that just happened recently. So Quentin Tarantino released his movie, you know, a few months after my book came out, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And I think it was his most successful movie box office-wise to date. I had 2 mutual friends of his, and one of them is one of his producers and his longtime first AD, and the other one was an ex-girlfriend, who's one of his only ex-girlfriends who remained friends with him. So both of them gave him a copy of my book, an advance copy that I had signed months before my book came out and months before his movie came out. And they said, we're not going to give it to him unless we read it first. We know you, we love you, but we want to make sure it's something that he's like, because everybody wants you to give something to Quentin. So they did, and, you know, he never read it. And I wasn't surprised, because he's about to release one of the biggest movies of his career, right, about publicity. So about a year after, like last fall, I think it was, I got a call from one of our mutual friends, and he's like, can Quentin call you now? Then we go, excuse me, I needed him like 2 years ago, but sure. I go, why? He goes, He's obsessed with your book. He finally got to read the one I gave him, and he has a million questions. And, if Quentin Tarantino has a million questions, that means it's like blah, 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 blah. So he called me from Israel, where he was living, and
in Israel?
Well, I just read an interview with him a couple days ago. I knew he was there, and I didn't know why. I knew he had married an Israeli woman and had a baby there. But when the pandemic hit, they wouldn't let him back in. So I guess
hopefully he's not still there now.
He was on Jimmy Kimmel a couple nights ago.
Oh, okay.
So he was there doing a lot of that, and the interview I read said, I think he was in Tel Aviv. He didn't say anything about, bombing violence or anything. He just said how much he loved it there.
Yeah.
So he and his wife and kid have now moved back, I think, in the last month or two. But so he started calling me, and it wasn't just because he had a million questions, but it was because he was doing the novelization of the movie, where he's fleshing out characters, adding scenes, and he'd always wanted to write a paperback book, kind of like a pulpy paperback book. So that comes out Tuesday, and he talking about Rudy out the belly, and like our second or third conversation, like, Rudy, how did you ever get Rudy to talk to? That's amazing. He goes, damn it, I've got his character in the book. I didn't have him in the movie, but I have to, fake his name, or he goes, or do you think if you reached out to Rudy and asked, would he take like $250,000 from me to let me use his name in the book and promise not to sue me? Well, Rudy's been dead for 10 years. Are you kidding me? You just saved me $250,000. And, I'm still in debt, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
And I'm like, Rudy, Quentin, give it to me. So I should have said, give me the cash and I'll deliver it to Rudy.
Oh, yeah, you definitely should have done that.
So the book comes out Tuesday, and I'm hoping...
You know the name of it?
It's the same name as it's the title of the movie, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah. So I think he was on Jimmy Kimmel a night or two ago, and I was flying, so I didn't see it, but I read the recap of the interview. But I'm hoping, for the in-depth interviews, if he was telling me the truth, he said, oh my God, he goes, I thought I knew this, and I didn't know anything about this character, that character. I'm hoping he'll mention the book, because all of us Quentin fans then might be interested in get the book.
Right.
Yeah, so we'll know. But it's already it's going to be a bestseller because it's a Quentin Tarantino book. It's the first one he's ever written. And he keeps saying, I didn't just turn the novel into a script. He goes, it's like a whole fresh take, new characters, much more about the Manson family, the murders, all this stuff.
So there was literally barely anything about this.
Yeah. He released a trailer. The publisher released a trailer last week that he put together for the book. And so it's like a 2-minute trailer. And he has scenes in the trailer that are in the book, but they were cut from the movie. So there is a scene between the Manson character at the house looking for Terry Melcher. And they don't show who he's talking to, but in real life, it would have been Rudy out the belly. So the guy who owned the house, he went up there looking for him. So I'll know a lot when the book comes out. I hope he gives me an acknowledgement if I save him $250,000.
Oh, right?
Yeah,
you definitely put your name in there, shout you out somewhere.
Yeah.
Fucking Quentin. So Rudy, when you talk to Rudy, I mean, what was it about Rudy that opened, what did he tell you that opened Pandora's box for you?
It began very slowly. He started telling me that he had suffered more than anybody else who was associated with the victims, Sharon and Wojciech Lukowski, Abigail. They were all his friends, Sue, Rome. He lived in the house behind the main house. So Rudy owned this beautiful property at the top of Cielo Drive. It was like a French designed country house, one story with like beautiful views everywhere. There was a pool, and then there was a guest house. So he lived in the guest house, bought the house, I think, in the 40s. And among the tenants who stayed there were Katharine Hepburn, Clark Gable, Cary Grant, and then Terry Melcher, who's the son of Doris Day, who's a music producer. He moved in there in 65, moved out in January of 69, and they all rented from Rudy, and Rudy always stayed in the back house because that's all he needed. but he only ran into people he thought he'd party with. He was a youth partier.
Yeah.
He was one of the first out gay guys in Hollywood who was flamboyant, didn't care what people thought, real character. And when Roman and Sharon moved in, he and Sharon became very, very close, Sharon Tate. So they moved in February of '69. And then in March, the two of them went to Europe, him to do script notes and fixing on The Day of the Dolphin, which he was going to direct in London. And Sharon went to make a devil movie called The 13 Chairs in Italy. And then they came back. Sharon came back in July. And Rudy never came back. He went over with Sharon. He flew over there. He wasn't her manager. He was just her best friend. So they flew together. And then he went off with an actress named Olivia Hussey, who was in Romeo and Juliet, which was this big sensational 1969 movie. So his relationship with Roman and Sharon and Terry Melcher was really important to what became the line of inquiry I was doing. Did people in Hollywood have relationships with Manson that were concealed by either Hollywood, the machine, the publicity machine, or law enforcement? And Rudy started kind of telling me, yeah. So he'd get drunk. I'd usually drive him home, and he'd always want me to come into his shitty little apartment for one more nightcap. And that's when he'd start talking. And he had a few drinks, and he goes, you know what? Terry went on, he had a great career, produced all these bands. He was still alive then. Roman's never suffered for this. He was the only one who lost their house, lost their reputation, because people thought he had a relationship with the family. Even law enforcement. They eventually said he didn't, but a relationship with the Manson family, that was another reason for them to come up there. He was just bitter and angry, and he said if the truth ever came out about Roman and them and Terry and Dennis Wilson and the Beach Boys and some other people, he goes, nobody would believe it was true, and I could tell you. And so he ended up started telling me how to prove that the district attorney, Bugliosi, had covered up a much more involved relationship with Terry Melcher, for instance, and then government people who were involved with Manson. And it's hard to say if people haven't read the book, and I don't want to give too much away, because part of the fun of the book is you think it's gotten pretty crazy and it's over, and then like the next couple of pages it's like, oh, what? It's even crazier.
So the official narrative of Manson is that from a young kid, his mom was a prostitute.
Yeah.
And he was just involved in a bunch of petty crimes throughout his life, in and out of prison. And he kept getting out of prison. And then eventually there was one point where he went in for 7 years, and then he came out different.
In '67. And he immediately violated his parole. He was paroled to Los Angeles. Without permission, he went up to San Francisco, to the Bay Area, turned up at the parole office and said, I want a parole officer up here. They looked him up and they said, you're not allowed to be here. You've got to go back to L.A. They wrote to L.A. L.A. demanded he come back. He didn't. And then all of a sudden something happened, which I can't find the paper record of. The reason I have the records I do have is I did Freedom of Information requests to the Bureau of Prisons. And I got a part of his parole record for the time he was supervised from his release until the murders, which paints a whole different picture. He got assigned to a parole officer in San Francisco named Roger Smith, who was a criminology student at Berkeley and also a drug researcher, and working out of the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic, and that's where things get really crazy.
Now, was he connected to Sidney Gottlieb?
Not that I know of, but Charlie West, who was a psychiatrist, who went to leave of absence from the University of Oklahoma to study the explosion of the Summer of Love in '67. He somehow anticipated that like 6 months before. He went to the Haight. He opened what he called a hippie pad, a laboratory described as disguised as a hippie pad, where they put up, posters. And he had grad students. He told them in January, grow your hair long. I want you to staff this hippie pad, and we're going to study the young kids that are going to invade the Haight in the summer. He knew this all in advance, and there's a whole reason that I won't get into here about how he did it. Well, it was basically engineered by a bunch of these people to happen in government. And Jolly West had been working in the CIA's MK Ultra program since 1953, which was a program that their ultimate goal was to learn how to create programmed assassins, people who would kill without recollection or of not only the killing, also their programming. And that was what this guy's specialty was. He was a very well-known psychiatrist, and in the 70s, 75, this information about this secret program, MK Ultra, came out because the State Department person who found the records, what was left of the records, blew the whistle. There were congressional hearings. He was identified as one of the CIA researchers who gave drugs to prisoners, to people in fake apartments to study them in The Hague in New York and a couple other cities. And he was fingered, but he denied it, and he was never investigated. At that point, by 69, or after 69, he went to Los Angeles to UCLA and became the head of the psychiatry department there until he retired and then died. The year I started this book, it was the year he died.
Oh, wow.
And he was actually murdered by his son.
What?
Well, he was dying of cancer, as was his wife, and the son had... his wife was a doctor too. They had a family plan that if they ever became terminally ill, that the son would give them administered lethal drugs to them. So nobody knew it at the time, but after both of them were dead, and I think the son waited a number of years, and there's no statute of limitation on murder, but for this kind of thing, I'm not sure why, but he did publish a book in the early 2000s. So they died like 6 months apart. His parents were killed by the son, and that was 1999. And the son published a book in about 2011 called The Last Good Night, where he describes the planning and the killing of Jolly West and his wife Catherine by lethal drug administration.
Where is he now?
You want to know? So the son wouldn't talk to me before he wrote the book. He said, "I will never talk about my father. It's too dangerous. He had too many secrets." I couldn't get him to talk to me. Then the book comes out in 2012 or 13, where he talks about the rumors of his father being CIA, but he doesn't say anything more. It's mostly about just the human family drama of what it's like to have to be talked into it by both your parents, and then to actually carry it out for them. He got a lot of press. He was on Good Morning America, all the talk shows. So when the book came out, I thought, well, now he's gone public, I'll try him again. But I waited a year or two and found out he had died in the previous year or two. And he would have only been about 55. I can't find any record of where he died, how he died. He has 2 sisters. Neither of them would talk to me. One's in Europe and one's in New York. I begged them to let me interview them. So I don't know what happened to him.
Whoa.
Yeah, I just found a death notice, on Ancestry, and no record of him at any of his old addresses.
That's so weird.
Yeah. So
he didn't get in any trouble for killing his parents, even though they wanted him to kill them?
Yeah. I mean, I have the book, and somebody asked me recently how he got away with it. And I think it was something technical, like he enabled them to inject it themselves. He gave them everything, he did all the concoction, but he didn't do the injection, something like that, or so he said, who knows. He did it to a way, he had lawyers advising him, and there was definitely a risk of him getting charged, but I think it would have only been as an accessory, and maybe it was that if it's only an accessory after a certain number of years, they can't charge you rather than the actual murder. I'm not sure that's a good question.
Wow, what a crazy thing.
So Jolly West is working at the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic, which serviced the community in the summer of '67. It was built to take care of the needs of all these runaways, and it was opened by a guy named David Smith. It's confusing. David Smith allowed Jolly to recruit subjects for his studies of hippies and LSD around the corner in his hippie pad, laboratory disguised as a hippie pad. And Roger Smith, who was the parole officer of Manson, had Manson come to the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic, where he was working on his own drug research and doing his parole. And it was during those pivotal 2 or 3 months. Manson got out in March of '67. He was just an ex-con. He'd been in prison half his life. He was 32, I think, with 17 years in and out of federal institutions.
For dumb stuff, like stealing cars, robbing grocery stores.
Yeah, and he was never in a county jail except waiting for, federal trials. Yeah, silly stuff. Stealing a car and taking it across the state line, which makes it federal. The last thing he went to prison for was stealing an envelope from the mail, which made it a federal offense. So if that had been stealing, there was a check for $37 that he cashed. If he had just stolen that check and cashed it, it would have been a local thing. He probably wouldn't have even gotten jail time. But since he took it from the mailbox, he got a 10-year sentence. And we're going to go into that more in the second book about, it looks like they wanted him in these federal places for all those years. And even Bugliosi admits in the book why every single time he committed a petty crime. And, stealing a car is not that serious. It happens all the time, but he always happened to go across the state line, maybe just for a few hours, making it, and then come right back. He said it was weird. Bugliosi admitted it. Well, I found evidence that there were. He didn't go of his own volition. He had no reason to go to the next state, because they were doing this research in prison. Wow, so I think, I don't want to say it now because I haven't proven any of this part yet, but I'm building a case now that this all began when he was still in prison, experimenting with him.
Have you ever met a guy named, have you ever heard of Stephen Kinzer?
Yeah, he wrote the Sidney Gottlieb book.
Right, yeah, I talked to him about that, and the way he explains MK Ultra is just fascinating, how it's basically, he had to go to different countries, went to Germany because he was violating the human rights, like, the stuff he was doing, he had a license to kill from the government. He was destroying people.
So you had him on the podcast?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
It was great.
Maybe it was you guys. Somebody asked me if I would go on a podcast with him. And I said...
Yes, it was. Yeah, I wanted to have you guys both on together.
And I said, I don't think he'd do it. My book, his book is very straightforward. He's a New York Times best-selling author. Yeah. It's not academic, but it's very sober. I don't think he'd want to be in my category.
He kind of shut down a little bit when I started to ask him about Charles Manson.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'd love to sit down and ask him why Charlie West isn't even in his index in his book. And this guy, my book was already out before his book. And nobody wants to take somebody else's findings. Even you would obviously acknowledge them. But I have the documents. I show that he was Gottlieb's first psychiatric partner when he was at the Lackland Air Force Base in Texas. I have all the letters that I found that West accidentally left in his archive at UCLA, where they're page after page after page describing what kind of experiments they're going to do. They're all illegal on patients. And West says we can hide it from the other doctors on these wards because the patients are already suffering from mental illness. So what I do to them is just going to look like another one of their, but it's going to be with my drugs and hypnosis. And Gottlieb's like, well, you have to double, all the ways they're going to hide their correspondence. Gottlieb had an alias. He wanted West to have an alias, but West didn't want one because he thought that would draw attention if anybody caught that. So he did that from 53 to at least 67, 68. I've got a paper record of him corresponding with Gottlieb, and nobody has the unredacted record like I do. Like everything Kinzer saw here in the room, my sour grapes.
Yeah.
Was stuff he got through other people's Freedom of Information Act requests, and it's all redacted. Because I read it, he doesn't have new information in there from documents. He's got a lot of great stuff in there that fills in the gaps. But for him to completely ignore the scientists, that's John Marks. John Marks is a whistleblower who was a State Department official who found these financial records for MK Ultra, went to Congress, told them about it, caused a congressional investigation. Seymour Hersh, the famous investigative journalist, worked with Marks, and he wrote the first big stories in 1974 or 5 on this horrifying program that our government did since the early 50s, where they were testing drugs on people without their awareness, making them human guinea pigs. And some of these people died, committed suicide or had massive nervous breakdowns.
Right.
So I didn't think Kinzer was, if he hadn't even mentioned my findings, I knew that he didn't want to have anything to do with my book.
Why would he, what would be his reasoning of ignoring the stuff about West?
Do you want to know what other people tell me?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm fascinated by it.
Do you know what a limited hangout is?
What's a limited hangout?
A limited hangout is when an agency uses a media person to release more information than they've released before because it's coming out anyway or it's about to come out, to try to keep people from suspecting even worse. So people accuse him of being, actually I would love to have him see this podcast and reach out to me and tell me he's going to sue me or something. So people I know who are serious researchers think he's paid by the CIA as it's called a limited hangout guy.
Wow, so because people would question it if it came directly from a government agency.
There's not a lot of new information in this book. So there's only been a couple really good books about MKUltra. They were all written in the 70s. John Marks, who was a whistleblower, wrote the very first book. It's called The Search for the Manchurian Candidate. Seymour Hersh wrote about it in a couple books. A guy named Opton and Lipton, I think their names are. They wrote a book called The Mind Manipulators in the late 70s. And nobody really wrote a book just about MKUltra until Kinzer did. And I think his book came out like 6 months after mine or something. I think that, there's a lot of stuff that's not substantiated in this. Unless you read it cover to cover, it sounds crazy,
Right.
And that's why, I don't want it. I know that I was on Rogan, and Rogan's audience is an audible, they listen to books. And I'm so glad that people are buying the book much more since I've been on his show, but almost all of them buy the audiobooks. And I listen to audiobooks now, but if you do the audio, you're not seeing all the sourcing.
Hold it up a little higher so we can see it on the...
I think it's 60, 70 pages of endnotes. And I don't know if you're an author, but what authors do in the endnotes is we cheat by adding more information than you really should, because it doesn't fit in here. You don't want to stop the reader with like where this came from.
Right, it disrupts the flow.
Yeah, it disrupts the flow. So you put it in the end notes, but then what you do is you give a little more that you had to cut out of the main narrative because it gets too detailed. So some of my end notes are like a half a page long. And there's just so much information in the end notes. I'm more proud of the end notes half the time.
Really?
Yeah. So, so people that get the audio, they also, you don't get the pictures, right, in the audiobook?
No, you don't get the pictures. It's just people, nobody has with all the, media on your phone and everything these days. People don't have time to do anything.
I can't blame them. I'm the same way.
Who has time to sit down and in front of a book for hours on end?
So this is Rudy in the guest house having a party, and that's Candace Bergen. And this is like 1966. Rudy out the belly, and then this is him when I would go see him in his apartment. I took that picture of him. He had like 20 cats.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Yeah. So, what? Yeah, just hold it up by your face. There you go. You just point to it that way. The camera can see it right.
This is Rudy with his kitten.
Yep.
Yeah, he took care of like 20 stray cats and had 3 crippled dogs, and got mugged in his neighborhood like once a month. And then when Rudy lived in the guest house in the 60s, whoever was in the main house became, especially the women, would be like his pet. So Candace Bergen, he was very close. She was tearing up his girlfriend. So that's a party he was having with Candace in the guest house. That's Candace and Terry Melcher. But yeah, if you guys didn't get if you only get the audio,
you don't get this. No, I'm gonna order the hardcover.
That's a picture of me when I was young, when I started the damn thing and didn't go white until my threats.
Wow, man, look at your computer.
Oh, yeah.
The computer really tells it all.
And the one at the bottom is me more recently in my office with.
Okay. Oh my God, what a bookshelf that is.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Yeah, another thing about MK Ultra is they like all the studies they did on the prisoners, like Whitey Bulger.
Yeah.
Apparently, like what's the story with him and MK Ultra?
Well, the government admitted after he died. That's when it came out. I can't remember who. I think it was a journalist or something, or maybe it was during his trial.
I thought he was like openly talking about it.
Yeah, he was talking about it, but nobody would believe it. But during his trial, I think it was his lawyers were able to get his prison records. And somebody sent them to me recently, where they have the dates that he's given LSD. Well, and this was all in the 50s, before Manson was in prison, but in the 50s, he was still a kid. He got out of prison in 67 or 32, so 57, he would have been 22. He was in the same prisons that were treating people like Bulger experimentally with LSD. So one of the jurors who convicted Whitey Bulger reached out to me when my book came out, and she's gotten a lot of national attention. She didn't know that there was a little bit of mention in the trial, but the judge wouldn't let too much of it in. After he was convicted, he started writing her and telling her all about the experiments. And she is a very good reporter. She's not a journalist, but she lives in Boston. And she started looking into it, working with researchers, and found out that it was much more extensive than anybody ever knew, and could have been the reason he became such a violent sociopath.
It was when he was very young.
Yeah.
That happened. And then he became a notorious killer after.
And then the entire time being protected by the government. He was a federal informant, and with two agents who the FBI denies that anybody but the agents knew that he was in, that they were rogue agents that were paying him to get information and provoking him and stuff. So she wanted me to write a book with her, and I just said, I can't do something just on Whitey, but keep coming to me with your information. And so we've been sharing information since then. I haven't talked to her for a few months, so I don't know if she found another author. But yeah, Whitey Bulger had what happened to, I believe, Manson in prison on paper. I don't have a record yet like she got, but I'm working with some people now trying to get records from when he was in prison, and they won't release them because they say they're medical records. But he's a convicted, dead, notorious criminal. So I actually have a lot of work to do. I have to find out how they got the medical records from Whitey. I think it was when Whitey was alive and Whitey shared them, and he had access to his own records. But I don't think I'm ever going to get the rest of the records from. If you read in the book, it took me like 2 years to get the records I did get from the Bureau of Prisons about Manson. And the trial, when he was convicted, his defense attorney was trying to get his prison record, and they wouldn't release it to him. And this was during the death penalty phase of the trial. And when I talked to experts about that, they said anything should be allowed to be introduced when somebody's life is at stake. So the state was arguing for Manson and the others to be, executed. Irving Kinnaird, the defense attorney, wanted to show that Manson had always been a docile prisoner, had never been badly behaved in prison, never been violent. And he couldn't believe that the government, the U.S. government, wouldn't release the record. And he screamed and hollered. And since the trial was such a circus, and Irving Kinnaird was pretty crazy too, nobody took him seriously. And it wasn't, I talk about it in my book, the Attorney General in 1971, John Mitchell, who ended up going to his prison himself for being part of Nixon's cabinet and part of the plumbers and stuff, in the mid to late 70s. He sent a representative of the Department of Justice who worked beneath him to argue to the judge against releasing Manson's file. I can't find evidence of that having in any other case in the history, but I believe that's just like the Watson tapes. There's secrets in there about what was going on with Manson's head and what they were doing to it that they're never going to share. So the record I got was, I think, 70 pages out of probably 300 or 400. They described it. Kinnaird got somebody to describe what the parole record looked like, and I think they said it was like 2 phone books thick. And I got like that much.
So who was his parole officer before he went in for the 7 years?
That was interesting. The parole officer who violated him in So he got He got convicted for stealing the letter in
the mailbox.
The mailbox, yeah. And that was a 10-year sentence. And he was released, I think, after 2 years on parole. And then within a month or two, he didn't show up for a parole hearing. Not a parole hearing, an appointment with his parole officer. They immediately violated him, sent federal marshals to Texas, who went into Mexico where they had information that he was in Mexico. The Mexicans turned him over to the marshals at the border of Laredo and Texas. They don't do that for these small-time criminals. And then they brought him back to L.A., and then he was sent to do the next 8 years of his prison sentence, which would have taken him, I think, to 69 or 70. But then they decided to release him 2 years early in 67, so he'd go and do what he did. But what's so ironic, and I mentioned this in the book, he got sent back to prison for missing one appointment, one meeting. He's supposed to do either once a week or once a month. Roger Smith, when he was his parole officer, he wouldn't show up for meetings, and then when he was down in LA for months at a time, and he was never violated. He was getting arrested for rape, for drug possession, for pimping during 67 and 69. Charges dropped every time. In my book, I have a scene where I take this record that I had gotten, what few pages they released to me, the prisons, and to this retired district attorney named Louis Watnick in Van Nuys, and
to the judge.
He was a judge, yeah.
Right, okay.
So he had been a DA, and then he became a judge in I think it was Van Nuys. And then he retired, and he was sick and dying, and he's like on oxygen or something, so he's raspy. I had a tape recorder, and he's going through my documents, and he actually, Manson had come before him when he was a judge on some petty charge, and he said, I dismissed him on that case, I remember, because there was no evidence. It was something like breaking into a car or something, but he remembered very well. But then he's looking, he said, I had no idea. And he said, there's something, this is chicken shit. This is all chicken shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what's chicken shit? He goes, well, obviously people make mistakes. We're a bureaucratic system, but this is like almost on every other week he's getting picked up, taken in, booked, and then released without charges. All of these are violations of his parole. He should have been sent back 10 different times on the stuff you're showing me. But he also should have been prosecuted on half of these things. And they just dropped the charge. He goes, somebody wanted him out. He was more valuable to people outside than inside. Somebody worked to keep him out on the street.
Like he was an informant?
That's what I said. You mean like an informant? He goes, well, people confuse what an informant is. An informant doesn't just provide information. Sometimes, and there's a history of it, they can provoke other criminals to commit crimes. They can conspire with them and then walk away. And then the police know what's going to happen right before it happens. They can be much more proactive. So he said, he goes, you got to find out who he was working for. I go, how am I going to find out? He said, I don't know, you're the journalist. And I go, well, who do you think it was? He goes, well, I'd start with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office, then go to the LAPD. He goes, they're not going to tell you, but that's who you should look at. And I go, is that it? He goes, no. DEA, FBI. He didn't say the CIA. But he said it could have been any number of agencies who he was either sharing information, was sharing something with, and they wanted it to keep going. But there's no way this is an anomaly, like there's a couple mistakes. He goes, this is a pattern. There's no way we would have missed this. Whoa. And what was important about him was he was in law enforcement from the prosecution side and then as a judge during that same period. So, a lot of times if I show it to somebody now, they'd say, well, of course he should have been picked up. We had computers, but he didn't. So he was important because he knew exactly how they shared information, how it came in. And even Roger Smith's relationship with Manson, his parole officer for the first year, while he became Charlie Manson. He came out of prison. He was panhandling, playing guitar in the Bay Area, gets hooked up with Roger, and within a couple months has this following of women. The first 6 months, I think he had anywhere from 4 or 5 to 10 women. that were following him all over the Bay Area, going to the clinic. He would leave the women with the doctors to get tested, for VD and get, some of them were pregnant, get pregnancy attention. And he'd go in and meet with Roger for parole hearings. And everybody, they described it to me. I'm not the first one to report it. They said the women would follow Manson. They never stood beside him. They always had to be behind him. They wouldn't spoke unless he spoke to them first. They would pick things up for him. They were like slaves. How did he become this guru in a few months? How did he develop the skill to all of a sudden have these people do whatever he said, and then within 2 years, do whatever he said, including go kill some strangers in a house that you've never been to before except for text, and do it, with as much, brutality as imaginable, and then come back and not even be remorseful about it. So that's the kind of thing that, the book shows what was basically withheld from the public, and that's what Bugliosi did. He wrote the best-selling true crime book of all time, and
Helter Skelter.
Yes, that to this day you can probably go into any bookstore.
Yeah, even if you Google Charles Manson documentary or book, there's also a documentary called Helter Skelter.
Well, no, there's 2 scripted movies.
Oh, okay.
So the first one that was made in 70, the book came out in 74, I think, and then the first TV movie, it was a 2-night movie, which they didn't do back then. It was like a big event. I think it was 76, and at that point, it was the highest rated TV movie in the history of television. It took 1 and 2 spots. I think number one was the second part, and number 2 was the first. Then he remade it in the early 2000s. He updated. I mean, it was the exact same story, but it was new actors.
Bugliosi's narrative.
Bugliosi's narrative again, yeah. And then, in my book, they'll see it opens with our confrontation. My confrontation with Vince in his kitchen, where he's threatening me and trying to stop the book, and writing to my publisher and calling me at all hours of the night.
Now, what? Obviously, your first meeting with Bugliosi was very pleasant.
Yeah. So the first time I went over there, and this was what was interesting too.
For people listening who aren't familiar, we'll remind you. Bugliosi was the prosecutor, right, on Manson's trial.
Bugliosi was an unknown prosecutor in 1969, and he was given a career-making case. This was the highest profile murders in the history of California. Craziest case. And not only did he know it was his ticket out of the DA's office, and he wanted to run for president and or be a famous author. Not only did he know it was his ticket out, he got a book contract and hired an author to sit in the front row of the trial every day for a year and a half, which today would get you disbarred. The fact then they didn't have, the bar association didn't have rules about it because nobody did it until he did it. People never knew he did it until I reported it in my book, because Kurt Gentry, his co-author, told me, the cops told me, who were at the courthouse every day. He had a damn author in there. He was playing for his reading audience. He didn't care about justice. He was making it as sensational as possible. And Kurt Gentry told me that's the truth. He said, I had a spot in the press thing that Vince reserved for me, and he would be pissed if I wasn't there every single day. So, so he wrote the book, and it became the best-selling book of all time. And then
Is it still the best-selling book of all time?
True crime, yes.
True crime book of all time.
Well, I say that in my book, and Little Brown's like, we have to fact-check that. And they said, you know what, we're not going to fact-check it. We know it's likely, but we can't get records from all the way back to 75.
Right.
But we do know that it sold millions and millions and millions of copies. I think it sold like 18 million or something over. It's always reprinted. So it launched his career, and he left the DA's office right after, and he did want to be president. So he was famous, he was on talk shows, interviewed by everybody in the world, and he ran for the district attorney of Los Angeles. And a few months before the race, he was the Democratic nominee, and he would have won, except a couple came out and went public. Herb and Rose Wazell. It's the craziest story. Herb Wazell was a milkman in Pasadena in 1964, and the Bugliosis were on his route, Vince had his first child, Vince Bugliosi Jr., in '65, I think it was. Within a year of the baby's birth, Vince decided that it wasn't his child, that it was the milkman's child. So he started stalking the milkman and harassing him. And the milkman didn't know who was accusing him of being the father of one of his clients, or customers' child, except that it was a man who had eyes everywhere. What he didn't know was Vince was using investigators for the DA's office to trail him and report on him. And he told the investigators that he was a witness in a murder case, lied to his own office to get info.
Because he was just paranoid about. Did he actually believe this guy was the real father, or was he just?
He did, and so much so that he picked up the kids at school. And when the parents found that out, they had to. They said to the kids, "You can't ride the bus home anymore." He intercepted them on the way to the bus, picked them up. The daughter told me this story. He got in touch with me after the book came out.
Scoot this place a little bit. Scoot to your right.
Oh, but yeah, just get that frame. The daughter wrote me an email after, and I wrote about a lot of this, but what I'm telling you now, I didn't. I knew that the parents thought he was going to do something with the kids because he talked about when they got out of school. He would write these anonymous letters to them. I have one or two of them on my Instagram page because I post stuff about it.
Yeah.
And they're threatening letters saying, implying that he's going to hurt their kids. The daughter wrote me after, and she goes, "You got everything in your book about what he did to our family is right, but you didn't get a lot of other stuff, which I'll share with you." I'm like, what kind of stuff? And she goes, "Well, for instance, he picked me up at school, took me to a toy store. Told me I could buy whatever I wanted, brought me home, left me on the sidewalk with this pile of toys. I was 5 years old. My mother comes to the door, and Vince waves to her and drives away." And she said my mother just burst into tears because she had already been, they knew that there was this man who was a danger to their kids, and he was sending them a message: "I can win your kids over if I want." Wow. This is while he's a deputy DA, prior to getting assigned.
This guy's a psychotic piece of shit.
Yeah, and then what happened was the milkman finally hired someone to tail Vince because he would sit in front of their house and watch them. So Vince knew he was being tailed and he was about to be exposed, but he didn't think the milkman would go public. And the milkman wasn't going to go public. He just wanted him to stop. So Vince sent his wife, Gail, to the door to insist to the other wife to talk her husband into taking a blood test. So Gail goes to the door, Rose answers, and this is all in the depositions that came out later, and she said, "My husband is mentally ill. That child is his child, but he won't believe me, and the only way to get him to stop this is for you to get your husband to take a blood test." And she goes, "I absolutely won't do it, and we are going to sue you for everything as soon as we find out who your husband is," because they still didn't know his name. So I think it was that day or the next day, they did get Vince's plate number. They found out who he was. They contacted the DA's office. First they found out that Vince had a private lawyer, so they called him. That lawyer arranged for a meeting between the couple and Vince and his wife, and Vince admitted everything. He said, "I'm sorry." He goes, "I thought he made my wife pregnant, and I wanted to know whether this is my baby or not. What's wrong with that?" And they're like, "You've been sending us threatening letters. You park outside our house. You picked up our dog, all this stuff." So
you lied to your own office and told them it was murder. They were searching him for murder.
So the lawyer said, "Vince, you can't do that anymore." And if the DA's office didn't know about it, he said, "They're going to find out about it. So I'm going to have to tell them because it's better coming from us than you. You have to pay them a financial settlement and promise you'll never follow them." So Vince offered them $200 in cash, and the Weisel said, "We don't want your money. We want your word that you will never bother us again." And he didn't. A year later, the Tate LaBianca murders happened. The DA's office knows about this history of Vince, and they give him the biggest, highest profile job in Los Angeles. You'll see it in the book. I believe they needed somebody that they could control as a DA who would be who would break the rules, and Vince was a compromise.
Someone they had leverage on.
So this story didn't become public until he ran for district attorney of Los Angeles. After the Manson convictions, after he left the DA's office, he runs for the DA, and the Wiesels never wanted to go public with this, but they thought, that's the most powerful law enforcement person in the city. He's insane. Look what he did to us. So they went to his opponent and said, we have a story to tell. And the opponent said, will you tell the public that? And they said, absolutely. So they stood on the stage. There was a press conference. And they told what I just told you. Actually, I might have told you more than they told, because they didn't. I don't think they knew about the DA's investigators until they actually had the civil suit. So Vince responded with his own press conference, and he told the media, here's what happened. That man was our milkman in 1964, and he stole $200 from our kitchen table. When I was at work and my wife was upstairs, he delivered the milk and he stole $200. I was investigating him for the theft of $200. Now, listen, the press didn't ask these questions, but he basically called him a thief. The lawyer for the Wiesels didn't say it then, but he told the police or the reporters later. Number one, that story can't be true because Vince wouldn't have been investigating him in 1966. Whatever the date was, the statute of limitation on home robbery or whatever was 2 years. So he was saying he was investigating for a $200 theft more than 2 years after.
Right.
He said, I called the Pasadena Police Department. Why didn't he ask them to investigate it? They have no record of this theft being reported. So we're going to sue him for libel. And then it went to court, and Vince paid them a fortune. And the agreement was they could never go public. He admitted to telling the lies. But Vince lost the election, and then 2 years later, he runs for Attorney General of California, even bigger position. And a woman comes to his opponent named Virginia Carwell, and she said, he shouldn't be the Attorney General. He beat the shit out of me, held me captive, made me lie to the police. She had gotten pregnant with his baby, and he gave her, I think, $300 to get an abortion, and called the doctor, and the doctor said she never even showed. I mean, the doctor's not supposed to say anything, but yeah. The doctor said she didn't come in for an abortion. He went to her house and she said, I'm Catholic, I'm not aborting that baby. He beat the shit out of her for like 4 hours. She went to Santa Monica Police Department. I have the photographs, black and blue everywhere. She had a miscarriage. And then
after he beat her?
Yeah. And then that night, someone saw it on one of the journalists at one of the papers saw it on the ticker or whatever. They see everything that comes in and out of the police station. Bugliosi accused of assault and kidnapping by a woman. So the next day, it was in the LA Times, the Los Angeles Herald, that this famous prosecutor had beaten up this woman. And this is before he ran for Attorney General. He was writing a book at that point. Helter Skelter, and Vince went back to her house with his secretary, held her captive for 4 or 5 hours until she agreed to go to the police and say she filed a fake report. So the secretary typed up a receipt, and the story they came up with was that Virginia, who had recently gone through a divorce, had consulted with Vince about a custody payment. Her ex-husband wasn't paying for the 5-year-old kid who was in the house when all this stuff happened, and had never had a sexual relationship with him. He'd never been to her house, so she was going to go to the police station, and they called her up because they wanted her to come back in for more questioning, and Vince was in the house with her, and so was his secretary. Right? And she said, what, you want me to come? Okay, you're going to send a car? And she said, oh no, I'm fine, I can go. They knew something was funny, so they sent the cops anyway, and Vince was still there. He wouldn't let them in the house. And I interviewed the cop who came to try to get her out of the house. He eventually did. Then what happened was the police interviewed Vince, and he lied to them. He said, she's in love with me, she's stalking me, and it's just over a $200 bill. So
again with the $200,
$300, yeah. And she still told the story to the police that she had made it all up because she was angry at him for charging her. She was terrified of him. And it wasn't until a couple of days, and the papers reported that she was crazy and she was charged, with filing a false report. Then she's vindicated. And then a couple of days later, her brother said, she told her brother, he said, "No, we're hiring a lawyer. You can't let this go unaddressed." So they quietly filed a lawsuit against him. He admitted to everything, paid her, I think, $10,000 or something, and then a year later runs for attorney general, and she did the same thing the Wiesels did. They violated their NDA, and she violated hers, and she knew he called her a liar, but she knew he couldn't sue her because he'd have to answer the questions. So he lost the race again because of that, because everyone believed her and not him.
right?
So he was a monster, and that was the end of his political aspirations. But he did write probably 15 best-selling books for the next 20 or 30 years until he died.
Now, when you guys got into that heated argument, like the last couple of exchanges before you published the book, at what parts of the story was he pushing back on the most? And what was
the biggest part was Terry Melcher, because Terry Melcher, he called one of his most important witnesses, because if it weren't for Terry Melcher, Manson never would have known that this house existed. So Terry Melcher had met Manson through Dennis Wilson, the Beach Boy drummer, at Dennis Wilson's house. The official story was he met him once, and then later agreed. And then Dennis drove Terry home with Manson in the back seat, and Manson saw the house and saw where Terry lived. And the official version is Manson knew Terry didn't live there anymore, but the Tate House, but he wanted to kill whoever lived there to send a message to Melcher, and then to the world, that Helter Skelter was happening, and he wanted it to look like the blacks. And it was crazy. This is all Vince made most of this up.
the race war?
The race war, yeah.
Right.
So,
explain that for people.
Manson did talk about a race war that he said was coming, and he called it Helter Skelter, named after the Beatles song that had come out in the White Album, I think in the winter of '69, 69 or something. And he did talk about it and prophesize it, but he never, the only people that said he wanted to ignite it by committing these murders before were 3 former Manson family members who Bugliosi, let's say, manhandled into saying that. There was a truth that he would talk about it, but not that the murders happened for this. So Terry, it was really difficult to convict Manson of the Taik murders because he wasn't co-prosecutor. Melcher had anything but a fleeting acquaintance with Manson, because I'd already told him what I found. And I said, now I want to show you the documents. I had like 3 meetings with him in his office, because he was in the DA's office. Right. And he said, you'll never convince me of this. He goes, I knew Terry. I cross-examined him on the stand, not only at the main trial, but at the Watson trial. Right. When I showed him the documents and I described it in the book, he's shaking his head, and I don't know what to think about this anymore. He said, I've been going to these parole hearings for 30 years at that point. Every time a Manson family member had a parole hearing, he had to go represent the state, and he had to go through the official story, usually for 2 hours. How the person who was on parole met the Manson family, what they did in the murders, everything. And he had this blueprint story that he told again. And he goes, now, I don't know what to think about this anymore. And clearly, this is Vince's handwriting. He had taken these interviews from these people. This changes everything. He said, and more frighteningly, if Vince lied about this, what else did he lie about? So that's why, for instance, that revelation about Terry was really, really important. And that's why when I took the step that I took with Stephen to Terry's house, I'm like one of the 2 people he's ever talked to about these murders. He gave one interview in the 70s. He released the solo album of himself singing. Yeah. And then he agreed to talk to me in, I think, 2001. And it was only because he knew that I had something on him. So I went to, he had just moved down from Carmel, where he had lived with his mom, Doris Day. Hadn't recorded music for like years, but had decided to do Kokomo with the Beach Boys, which I think is the worst Beach Boys song ever, but it was their best-selling song of all time. And then work with Lou Adler again. He had produced all his early stuff. He was getting back into the music business after being retired for like 10 years. So he got a penthouse on Ocean Drive in Santa Monica. And he says, don't go to my apartment, just go right up to the roof. And then you go up to the, have to go to the doorman. The doorman said, yeah. He said, don't go to his apartment, just take the elevator to the roof. Uh-oh. But I got to the roof, and it was, there's a pool, okay. There's an outdoor dining, but he was the only one up there. It was the 4th of July, like 3 in the afternoon. It was weird. There wasn't a single other person on the beautiful roof, but it wasn't, I thought at first, am I going to be on a bare roof? So he was there, and big bottle of wine in front of about 3 in the afternoon. He's already wasted. And I knew his drug, I don't know how to pronounce it, Halagon or something like that. It's what? The drugs that you like to take. It's like Xanax, but it's called Klonopin? No, it begins with D. D-I-L-U. I can never pronounce it. So he's stoned and high, and he's got sunglasses on. He looked like Jim Morrison from the photos I'd seen, because he used to be a blonde, young, good-looking guy. He was floated, and his hair was long, and he had these aviator glasses on, and he was slurring. And I sat down with him for like an hour or 2 on tape, showed him the same documents I had shown Stephen. Wouldn't even look at them. So I'm reading them to him. He's like, that's shit. People just trying to be famous. You're always trying to. I go, Terry, this is serious. I mean, you perjured yourself in a capital case, meaning you lied and gave testimony that resulted in people getting the death penalty. All 7 of them got death penalties, but the Supreme Court overthrew the death penalties in the early 70s, saying it was unconstitutional for anybody, so they suspended the death sentences, and that's the only reason none of them were killed by the end of the 70s. Right. They all got their sentences commuted to life in prison with possibility of parole. Right. But for you to perjure yourself in a death penalty case, you can be susceptible to the same penalty. So it's found out that you lied in a death penalty case, you can get the death penalty if your testimony convicted and sentenced. I think if they got it executed. So it's a serious charge. And I go, it's not, and again, it's not like one little lie or fib, but everything you said about Manson and how you knew him, where you met him, who else, you have them living with you in that house. And they asked him, he was on the stand for like 3 or 4 hours. Did you ever meet this person? No. I go, almost every word that came out of your mouth was a lie. So finally he's like, who sent you? Why are you doing this? Who wants to fuck with me? I go, I'm a journalist. He goes, listen, here's what I offer you. I've never written my memoir. I've been asked so many times to write about my mother, my life producing the Mamas and the Papas, the Beach Boys, my mother's records, about her life with Sammy Davis. She was part of the Rap Pack, Frank Sinatra, all those guys. I could tell you stories that would shock the world. We would have a bestseller. Want to do it with me? I'm like, Terry, you know what this sounds like? I said, number one, why would I trust any of your stories when you lied about this? And number two, you're trying to buy me off.
Right.
And he said, yes, it'd be a much more. He says, nobody's going to believe this bullshit. I'll give you my book. We'll do it. Let's do it. I can tell you're good. I go, no, sorry. Then he said, okay. He goes, I have lawyers. And he starts naming these lawyers, and I heard some of them, who will crush you if you try to publish this. I will crush you. In fact, right now, I'm going to take your briefcase and throw it off the roof. And I'm like, Jerry, you know I have copies at home. I wouldn't have been able to do it. Yeah, so that's, there's a lot more of it in there. But that was, I mean, the same thing with Vince. He was calling me and threatening me. And when I was at his house saying, recorder's off. He turned the recorder's off. He goes, I will hurt you like you've never been hurt in your life. And I said, what does that mean, Vince? He goes, interpret it whatever way you want, but I will hurt you like you've never been hurt in your life. He goes, does that mean you're going to beat me up like Virginia Cardwell? Are you going to stalk me like the milkman? It's crazy.
Austin, can you tell him to quiet down? Okay, so the reason... You want another water?
Yeah, I have mine.
Will you do sparkling water? Awesome. Will you grab a bottle of water from the fridge out there? Thanks, man. Okay, so
when I go off into the weeds, just go like this.
No, you're good. I love it.
Sometimes I get too deep.
I love it. I'm just right now, I'm having trouble understanding how... Okay, I understand the evidence that you found throws off the official story, and it throws off the helter-skelter narrative. The fact that Terry Melcher met with Manson in the weeks following the murders.
How is that significant?
Right. Like obviously it's significant because it changes the whole story.
Yeah.
It shows that their shit was covered up, shit was false. But what is
it's
the smoking?
That it opens the door to the possibility, like, were these people killed because of something Terry had done? Why would Terry be begging forgiveness? Thank you. Forgiveness for what? The most important thing is just that the prosecution withheld this. For instance, when I showed this stuff to Paul Fitzgerald, who was probably the sanest of the defense attorneys, he was Leslie's attorney, Church of Crime Uncle. And as Juliosi said in the book, the smartest and the best. We were having lunch at a dim sum place in Chinatown, and he starts pounding his hand on the table. He goes, this is amazing. He goes, I've been interviewed 1,000 times about this. It was probably like 2001 or 2. He goes, this would have gotten the case thrown out. This principal witness lied under oath, and Vince scripted the lies. Because everything at that trial, just like Stephen Case said, now is questionable. Because he lied with his own witness, and he knew the witness was lying, because he would have been arrested for that, disbarred automatically, and he would have been charged. So, other stuff I found out, this isn't in the book, but that makes the whole helter-skelter thing fall apart, is I found out that there was an attempt on the lives of the same 4 people, Sharon, Wojciech, Abigail Folger, and Jay Sebring. The night before, at Jay Sebring's house, he lived down the canyon from Sharon lived at the top of Cielo. Jay lived in a castle on Easton that was a famous, they thought, haunted castle because this film director, Paul, I forget what his name was murdered there by probably his wife, who was a famous 1930s starlet. But the studio protected it, made it look like a suicide. Jay lived in this house, had wild parties there, had secret doors, was into S&M, had drugs. Well, the night before they were all murdered, he had dinner for Sharon and Wojciech and Abby, Gilly and him. And while they were having dinner, when they finished dinner, he had installed cable TV. Now, when I first read this in a police report, that's how I found out about it, because it's not in the popular literature, it's in the police files. I thought they didn't have cable TV in 1969, but then I looked it up, talked to experts, and they said they started introducing cable TV in the mid-60s. The public didn't have it. You had to have a fortune, but you could subscribe, and they had it, and only some very wealthy people had it. Jay had cable, and they were going to watch a movie after dinner in his bedroom, and then all of a sudden there was, according to the police report, from an electrician who he had installed all of the wiring for Jay's house. His father was Jay's lawyer. He was a law school student, Paul Greenwald, and Paul went to the Sebring house 3 days after the murder because his lawyer, who was Jay's lawyer, said, go get a suit for Jay to be buried, like 2 days after. And when he was there, he told the police that the night before the murders, Jay had called him because the cable had gone out. And he went to the back of the house when he went to get the suit 2 days after. And, the police were guarding the house, and they interviewed him only because he came there. And they said, what are you doing here? And he said, well, I think you should know this. When I went to the back of the house, the lines had been cut. And I could tell by the gradation that they were deliberately cut, because they were all sliced in the same direction. There were like 4 lines, and 2 of them were cut. And he said it couldn't have happened. It couldn't have been a gardening accident because it was 9 o'clock at night. There wouldn't have been gardeners there. It wasn't an animal that chewed through it. But it seems significant that the night before those same 4 people died at the Tate house, somebody cut the wires at Jay's house. Now, if you know the Tate murder scene, the first thing they did was Tex climbed the pole and cut the phone wires. Just the phone wires, not the lights, to the house, so nobody could call out. So Paul Greenwald, I found him when I found this report, and he said, oh yeah, I remember following that. I mean, telling them that like it happened yesterday. Clearly someone tried to kill them the night before. And I asked him for more detail than was in the report. He goes, well, what's interesting is the lights were on in the house. They only lost cable. They didn't know what they were doing. They were trying to cut they thought it was a phone wire, it was a cable. They'd never seen it before, but they hit another wire, and he said that causes a surge of electricity. So every light in the house would have blazed, and he had loved it. Yeah, just for like a second. And then they couldn't watch cable. So Jay called, and this is in the police report, Jay called Greenwald at 9 o'clock, said, I had Sharon and Gibby and Boyd check over. We've lost cable. We don't know what happened. Can you come over and look at the wires? And Greenwald said, I finally got this girl to go out with me, who I've been trying to get to go out for 3 months. It's 9 o'clock. I got to be at her house in like 5 minutes. Please. And Jay said, all right, forget it. We'll go to Daisy, which is what they did. They went to the club. Wow. The very next night, Watson cuts the correct wire at the Tate house. About a couple hours later, about 11:30, they go in and slaughter those same 4 people, and then Steve Parent happened to be in the back house visiting. So if this is all true, and it is, I have the contemporaneous report that Greenwald gave in August 12th when he went to get the suit. That means that the whole argument that Bugliosi made, that these people were strangers to their killers, that they picked people they didn't know, just that they knew had to represent Hollywood and glamour, because Manson knew Terry used to live there. So that meant that whoever there was now was likely in show business. It meant, no, they were stalking and targeting
specific people.
At least one of those 4 people, maybe 2 of those 4 people, maybe all 4. Bugliosi kept all that out of the book. And again, the only reason I found it was because I got access to, after I got into the sheriff's files, then I got an LAPD cop who he was a sergeant who was in charge of the Taik murder investigation, and he had copied the entire file. I heard about him through collectors. He was selling it for $2,000. And he was the only one who had the whole file.
Holy shit.
And he wouldn't consider letting me look at it for free. I flew out to Sun Valley, Idaho, and this is when Bruce Willis and Demi Moore were still married. This cop, who had retired, lived in a mansion next door to Bruce and Demi. a beautiful millionaire's mansion. He was a really corrupt cop.
Oh,
so I spent 2 days there. Went to the house twice. Here's a great story. He had married a homicide detective, a woman. He and her left their spouses in the middle of the night and ran off together and got married. And they were still married all these years later. So I got drunk with them for 2 days. They were both alcoholics. I'll do whatever I have to go shoot heroin if it's going to get me.
Man, you had a lot of fun escapades with, with your subjects.
So at the end of 2 days, he agreed to read from some of the stuff he had on these principal witnesses. Long story short, that was like 2001, I think. It took me until 2008. They relocated from Utah to Palm Springs, Palm Desert. Bought a beautiful house that used to belong to Russ Meyer, this famous pornographer, who made all these 60s pornography films. And they lived there then. So I started visiting him there about once a year. And finally, I broke him down. And he said, here's the deal. I want to write my own book. He said, if you organize all I've got here, like 2 or 3 boxes, alphabetize it, index it, put it in an organized way, he said you can copy whatever you want. So I spent a week there in his garage, taking everything, copying almost all of it, if not all of it, and then putting it in hanging files in these boxes with labels and everything. Except every day at lunchtime, he'd come out, time to go lunchtime. So they'd take me to this little steakhouse every day, and they didn't like it if I didn't have a martini with them. And they didn't like it if I didn't have 2 martinis. So we'd get rip-roaring drunk at lunch, and then go back to the garage, and I'd try to keep working, and he'd keep drinking and just sitting there in a folding chair telling me stories, and Elsa, his wife, would stumble out, going, you leave that fucking kid alone. He's got to work. And I was staying at a friend's house, but it was a week of that, and I got everything, and that's where I found that report about the wires.
Oh my.
But that's why it takes 20 years. It took me 7 or 8 years to get him to finally let me look at it, and that was probably 10 visits to him, 1 in Utah and then 9 in Palm Springs until I won him over. He died a couple years ago, and then she died last year. And I know that the son, I shouldn't even be saying this on this. I don't care. The son is a cop now, and he has the files. And I've always been worried that he's going to sell them. I guess it doesn't matter now because I took the best stuff, but there's another box of stuff there. I'm not going to say because I don't want to publicize. I'll tell you after the show.
Okay.
But it's really, really important that he wouldn't let me look at that. And the son has it now.
Whoa.
Yeah. This is just trying to give you the overview of why an investigation like this doesn't happen like it does on TV.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered doing any sort of like docu-series on it or anything like that? Has anyone approached you about that?
Yeah. I mean,
especially since you've done the Joe Rogan thing, that's like blew it out of the water.
Yeah, I sure did. But before Rogan, actually before the book came out, I told you that my first publisher sued me and everything stopped.
Yeah.
As far as me being, and my agent said, because frankly, you're getting sued by the biggest publisher in the business, the most respected. That's why we went with them. I might never go sell this book again, even if we resolve the suit and settle. Because you've got a black mark against you because you couldn't deliver that book. Like, thanks, Mom, but I just want you to know the truth. So I actually reached out to, I don't know if you know who Errol Morris is.
Errol Morris, isn't that Hamilton Morris's dad?
Hamilton, yeah. Yeah, Hamilton.
I don't know much about his dad, but I've heard the name.
His dad is a lot more famous than Hamilton, but Hamilton has got his following. I know Hamilton now.
Oh yeah.
Errol made his first movie that kind of broke him out was The Thin Blue Line.
Okay.
About a wrongly convicted killer in Texas that got the guy out of prison. And it kind of changed documentary filmmaking back in probably the mid-'80s. It's just phenomenal technique, everything he did. So every movie since then has been a big story. He won the Oscar in, I think, 2005 or 2006 for a movie called The Fog of War, where he got the Secretary of State Bob McNamara, who prolonged the Vietnam War by lying about it under President Johnson. Never admitted before that they knew we were going to lose the war. that they had reduced the number of casualties. They basically lied to keep the war going. Errol got McNamara on camera to admit about all these lies and break down and cry when he was like 90 years old, and it won him an Oscar for Best Documentary. So his last film was about Timothy Leary and his girlfriend. It came out on Showtime last year. So in 2015, I reached out to him because when Penguin was still working with me, they thought he would be a good match for me as a collaborator because he also wrote books. And I said, oh, I'd love to work with Errol Morris because I'm a huge fan. So they sent him my proposal, and Errol said, I'm not going to write a book with this guy. I want to make a movie about him. And they said, no, we got a book. We'll get back to you when we're done the book. So it occurred to me when I was desperate and broke, and when my agent said we might never be able to sell the book, I said, I'm going to go see if Errol wants to make the movie now. And I had his email address. I'd never met him or spoke to him, but I had it on a bunch of things from the agency. So I just emailed him out of the blue, and he called me that day. Again, long story short, he and I worked together for a year. So he came out to my place in Venice with a crew and shot for 3 days, I think. They wired my whole bungalow with cameras. There were like 15 cameras on remote tracks. And then they went in an empty bungalow across the lot. And they had like 10 computer guys with these massive screens controlling the cameras. Yeah, they'd be tracking across my ceiling. And then it's just Errol and I in the bungalow. One other woman who was pulling focus on one camera that you couldn't use remotely. And then like a crew of 20 or 30 people on the whole property. And then we went to a sound stage, and they moved half of my apartment to the sound stage. Like my desk, my chair, all those books you saw in that picture. The nightmare. Just we have to put them back exactly where they are. And they promised, but of course they didn't. Then they recreated my apartment on the sound stage in Hollywood, and then they had a camera like 50, 60, 100 feet in the air, swirling down, like when I'm going through my stuff, and then he has smoke and all his, he does a lot of weird, beautiful stuff. So he sold it to Netflix, and it was going to be a series about me and the book, and it was going to be 6 hours. And right after he sold it, but before I signed the contract with Netflix, he changed the focus, and there was another guy who he decided he wanted to combine our stories. This became a series called Wormwood. It was on Netflix about 4 years ago, and it's about a guy named Eric Olson, whose father was murdered by the CIA in 1953, thrown off a building at the Statler Hilton in New York City because he was going to be an MKUltra whistleblower. And to this day, the government only admits that it used him in an experiment, but that he committed suicide. But with Eric, the son, who's 70-something now, has spent his life trying to show that he was murdered, got enough evidence together that Errol believes in, and most people do. So Errol wanted to blend our stories of Eric chasing his and me chasing mine. I said, oh, that's not what I signed up for. Yeah. You know, and my book isn't written. If my book were written, maybe, but you know, right now you're the author of this story. I'm not going to give it up to you if I'm sharing it with a whole other story. And no,
you've dedicated way too much to this.
So I walked out on it, and I would have made significant money, and I was getting evicted from my apartment, not for not paying, but because they were demolishing it, and I was fighting back. It was the lowest time of my life, but you know, I walked away. He was furious. There was nothing he could do because my contract gave me an out until I signed the deal with. The first deal I signed with him was just to work with him and nobody else until he sold it. And when he sold it, because he invested $250,000 to shoot all this with his own money, until he sold it, I would work with him, but then as soon as he sold it, it would be my last chance to quit if I didn't like the direction it was going in. So I quit. It was a tough decision, and he hated me. And then he ended up just doing Eric's story, which is like, hey, that's what I wanted. And it was called Wormwood. It was a big success. You can see it on Netflix. He used real actors for the first time in a documentary. So he blended documentary with scripted. So Amazon Studios optioned this. They got a hold of the proposal that Dan and my original proposal was 220 pages, and we shrunk it down to about, I think, 30 when we decided to take it out after the lawsuit was dissolved in 2017. So we sold it to Little Brown, they published it, but before we'd written it, somebody got a hold of the proposal, even though it was under NDA, brought it to Amazon, and Amazon came to us with an offer to auction it. So that meant that they, for 18 months, could develop it, even though there was no book, but just own it until the book came out. And I didn't want to do that because they wouldn't say whether they were going to do a limited series or a feature film.
Right.
I knew it was going to be scripted. I preferred documentary, but I knew scripted was much more money, and I'm a lot of debt because my resolution with Penguin was
books out. Fuck it, scripted, give me the money. But it would be a million times better if it was an actual a proper documentary.
That's where this is going, and it might be a happy ending. So what happened was, my agent said you can't get them to commit to one or the other. You have to hope that when they get the book, they'll see it could only be a limited series. And I said, how much are they going to give me? And he said that. He goes, you know that if they give you that, then you and Dan can write the book full time. You don't have. At that point, I started driving Uber, which is horrible.
Oh no!
So all you can do is the book, and you need to do it and get it done in 2 years or less. So I took the money. They renewed the option when the book came out and hired a screenwriter. He finished his feature-length script, not limited series. Pulled his hair out. He told me, he goes, now I know why it took you 20 years, and I don't know how to condense this at 2 hours. That's what my assignment is.
Right.
So he turned it in November to Amazon, and he did a good job, but it just doesn't reflect the book. It just jumps across them. So Amazon pulled the plug, and they didn't say it was because they didn't like his book. I don't know if this is true or not, but they said it's because they're pulling away from movies with white middle-aged protagonists, that they want to do people of color and women protagonists.
Really?
It was the whole Me Too thing and all that.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't think that's true. I think they were trying to make them feel good. I don't know, but whatever. But they pulled the plug. So I called Errol. I go, I don't know if you're mad at me or not. I haven't spoken to him in 5 years, but just so you know, it's available again. Because I wasn't allowed to do a documentary, but they own the script.
Right.
So Errol and I I'm not supposed to be talking about this. I don't care. He wouldn't care. We're negotiating now to do. Netflix has already said we'll do it.
So that's amazing.
So we're going back to start.
Fuck yes, dude.
But I don't get my hopes up anymore.
No, not with that industry, man. You can't.
Yeah,
It's just full of letdowns. I used to be a part of that world.
Really?
Yeah, I pitched many TV projects and had my heart broken too many times, which got me to the podcasting YouTube world,
which you probably love.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's so much fun. I love it.
Yeah.
No one to answer to.
Well, when we're off camera, it doesn't even have to be the day I want to ask you, because I've also been thinking obviously about doing something like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for coming in, everybody. The book is called Chaos. It's a beautiful book. It's a masterpiece.
Thank you.
And I'll link it below.
Great, thanks. Yes.
I appreciate it, Tom. Hopefully we can do this again once your documentary's out. Or your alleged possible documentary's out.
Yeah.
Cool.
Or the next book in 40 points.
Or the next book. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Well, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Goodbye, world.
There's some things that are very scary. Like, the back roaders. I love it. That's what people never walk in the back of the helicopter.
Remember that one girl? She married my buddy. She walked into a helicopter.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Fucked her face in the hospital.
Yeah.
She was doing a selfie or some shit.
Oh, Jesus. You can't even talk about it. I don't know why I get all
Let's take a little break here, man. Dude, I want to talk about boots. All I do in Texas is wear boots.
This rain, getting rain boots.
Dude, the most comfortable boots I've ever freaking put on these palms I got here. Look good, too.
You gotta keep moving. All right, Craig. Well, thanks for doing this, dude. I appreciate you. Appreciate coming down. I know you're here for a couple days in Tampa, but thanks for having me. Absolutely. So what's your story? What's your background? Where are you from, and how long have you been doing comedy?
I'm Los Angeles, born and raised, born in Harbor City, and raised in Florence and Bonita. And then I'm half Mexican, half white boy. German, English, Mexican, my dad's white, my mom's brown, and yeah, just got in the game at like 25 or 26. Did improv first before stand-up because I was terrified of it at the Second City, and then after I went through that program, I started hitting stand-up pretty hard. And that was probably about 9 years ago. So I guess in the game, like a decade or 11, but stand-up consistently. I don't really count the first 2 years because I did it like twice a year. You know, I don't know what to call that, but I just say a full decade. Yeah, average up or down, I don't know. And then yeah, it's cracking now. I'm going everywhere.
You're cracking. You're full tilt. You're traveling. You're traveling the damn country, man. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's crazy. I prayed and wished for this my whole life, and then I got it. I'm like, oh man, I'm never home. It's like, oh, this is tiring. It's a beautiful problem, but yeah, I'm a little homesick. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm just gone all the time. Man. Yeah. Look at my flights and shit. It's just like hopping everywhere.
Well, you're one of the last comedians that stayed in California, right? Like they all moved out. They're all moving out.
Yeah, good chunk.
They're all following the almighty Lord and Savior Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I mean Joe's the man, but I'm LA baby. So yeah, I think it's actually great. I think it's great. I don't know. There's mixed reviews on the internet. You see a lot of haters out there. I'm like, what? Who cares? I don't think Austin will ever become like an LA or New York, no. But it's a great scene, and it's just leveling out the playing field. I don't even know if you said that, but I heard that and it's right. It's just creating another hub. Yeah. What's wrong with that? Like, people are such haters. It's just creating more work for everybody. Right. That's fucking awesome. Yeah. And when the big dogs leave, it gives the up and comers chance to rise up. So it's a win for everybody. Right. And then there's more work here and there's more work there. Everyone talks shit. I'm like, you idiot. Yeah. It's literally a win-win. Yeah. And you're talking shit. Like, comics are the most hateful people on earth.
Dude, I was listening to Tim Dillon's podcast a couple weeks ago, and he was talking about how much he hates Austin.
That guy is so fucking funny.
Dude, it's insane. He goes, I'm fucking done with this hellhole. Yeah. He's like, the food sucks. You gotta put in your reservations 7 weeks early to eat some shitty brisket. And he talks about like the shitty rivers you float around in.
Harry Black's barbecue is the best barbecue I've ever had in my life. So he's wrong about that, but he's right about everything else. That man is so funny. That guy just spits fire, bro. I'm a huge fan of him.
Dude, I was
Austin is a bit of a. I love Austin, and I've worked there a few times. But I went down by the freeways. It's a bit of a shithole, but I'm not. So is LA. I'm not one like. There's just homeless epidemics happening, and my heart goes out to them. But yeah, it's just sad and awful. It's beautiful shit. And some guy on this podcast, Connor, wonders. He said like Joe Rogan ruined Austin. It was a joke, but he's like the homeless, was in LA, and then he moved to Austin, and he's like, it came with him. And they followed him. And it was funny because I was like, it looked like it's true, but it's obviously not.
Yeah, I just started following one of those that Instagram profile all about like gutter people. It's called Gutter People of Los Angeles.
It's so sad and dark, but it's like I don't want to watch it, but you're just like, it's easy.
I don't remember ever being like that.
The pandemic amplified it by 10, man, and the cops stopped policing or doing anything about it. And I don't know if that's policy or if because they're pissed off everyone was protesting against them, but I'd say this. I did notice after the protests are a lot slower to get to the crime scene, And it's just like, all right, the reason we're talking shit is because of the murder, It seems reasonable to stop shooting unarmed humans.
Well, didn't that guy just get sentenced to like 22 years?
22.5. Should have been 30.
Yeah, he just got sentenced yesterday.
The max was 30 and he got 22.5. Anyways, that shit is fucking awful.
He'll probably only do 10 if he behaves. Yeah, probably get roll out like after 10 years. 10, maybe 15.
Yeah, I don't know how cops do in prison, but I imagine it's not.
He makes it that long. You think he'll get protective custody? You think he'll get like protective?
I think he has to. Like, he'll get shipped in the shower
like day one.
Yeah, I imagine it. Have to put him in protective. Yeah, I've only spent overnight in jail. God bless my mama who bailed me out.
What did you go to jail for?
Just firecrackers at police officers on horses and stuff like that. It's allegedly.
Yeah.
No, it was an accident. And, just that's why you offered me a beer. I was like, I'm retired. That's why.
You're not drinking this, or you just don't drink this early?
No, I don't drink. I'm sober.
Oh, you're sober. Okay, so you used to drink. You had a drinking problem.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Story of firecrackers.
How old are you?
37.
37. Okay.
Cool.
So how long have you been sober?
It's going to be 8 years, August 10th, but I started smoking weed like 3 months ago. So I'm California sober or whatever, but
3 months ago.
Wow. Or something like that. I don't even remember, but very recently, the pandemic hit and just some, dark shit, and I was like, man, fuck this. Weed saved my life from, pills, narcotics, and whatnot, and alcohol. So I never really had a beef with it, but I just had to put everything down to get to where I was going because I have a voracious appetite. And I like to go hard at whatever I'm on. And I know like stoners are critical people too. Like I started smoking weed at 12 years old, right? I'm a huge advocate of pot. But it can ruin your life, motherfuckers. I've seen it happen. There's the guys that just don't leave their homes. Yeah. It doesn't ruin your life in the sense you smoke crack and lose your family and your teeth. Right. But you don't do shit. And I always say this analogy, like if you're smoking weed like Snoop Dogg, but you're not fucking Snoop Dogg, put the pipe down, bro. You work at Starbucks, dude. You're not there yet. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like you live with your mom, bro. Chill out, go get life. Then teeth up all you fucking want. Yeah. And if you ain't Cheech Chong, if you ain't Wiz Khalifa, if you ain't Doug Benson, whoever's got a career and is a huge stoner, then chill the fuck out. Because you're slowing your shit down. And that was my whole point. And all these stoners, you're like, I'm like, dude, I smoked from 12 to 29. That's 17 years, motherfucker. Like, I'm on your side. Yeah. I'm just saying, balance, fucking balance. It's all about balance.
No, I'm a super fucking lightweight when it comes to anything, especially weed. Like I can't. I get these little edibles, these little square edibles that are probably like, I don't know, maybe they're 20 milligrams, whatever. My wife can eat a whole one, no problem. She smoke a joint, eat a whole edible. I only can eat like a little bit of a quarter of one, but I also have a full blown panic attack.
That's like my girl. Like she's built her tolerance a little bit. I had 5 milligram gummies. She took a bite of one. We're watching like fucking Lord of the Rings. Yeah, of course, right? And then I look over, and it looks like she's passed out on heroin, just like this, in her chair, like this. I'm like, how does that? You ate 2 milligrams,
I'm the same exact way. I'm the same exact way.
I did grow up though. Like I give this analogy too. Like I used to smoke the whole fucking joint to the head. Hey, that's not necessary, Now I take like 2 to 4 hits. I get a little high. I put it out. I go back to it, 2 to 4 hours later, and I'm functioning. Like I get to work. It helps me with my anxiety and shit. And then, but if I smoke the whole joint, then it amplifies my anxiety, and I'm just in my head like, oh, what's up? Yeah, not fun, like that. And it's so weird how like just a little bit perfect. It makes life easier, food's better, sex better, all that shit. A lot of it, you're just like, oh my god.
What's the Simpsons? Remember that dude told the Simpsons quote? The Simpsons character who said, "I don't even need drugs to enjoy this, just to enhance it." Yeah. That's what he said. I think it's curly, maybe. But no, you gotta it's like a fine line. You gotta be able to dance. It's hard sometimes. You can't take too little, you can't take too much. As long as you're dancing like a fine line, it just benefits work, especially for me.
Yeah,
work. If I'm even doing something like editing or whatever, and I eat or smoke the perfect amount or eat the right amount of an edible, I could just be hyper focused on something for a long time.
It's fabulous. I even noticed that my fans, my podcast producer noticed. They're like, you speak better, it slowed me down to where I could actually spit my words out correctly, and then obviously it was sometimes too high. It was not the case, but when it was that perfect little balance, just a couple hits, good. Sun and Soil Organic Kush, I'm the hippie. I like that.
What's the name of your podcast?
Community service.
Community
Like,
service.
you guys do no research, huh?
No, I know. I was just teeing you up for it. So, how many episodes do you do? Do you do an episode every week, or how often do you do?
I do a weekly episode. Community service drops every Wednesday. I dropped the ball on the score a couple times because I've been on like the whole month. But as soon as I get back to LA, I'm gonna stack episodes, and that will never happen.
Do you do them remotely most of them, or do you?
I do it. No.
You do it in person?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I saw you had Bill Burr.
That was the one remote podcast I did because it's Bill fucking Burr.
Right, yeah.
Any of my friends asked, want to do Zoom? I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Bill Burr,
Like,
like,
you're
okay.
not Bill Burr.
Yeah.
It costs, it's way harder. It's it costs more money. I'm just like, nah, man. You get down to my
Come over here. Yeah.
Bill Burr wants to do Zoom. He can do Zoom. I'll
Hell
fucking Zoom
yeah.
him from Mars. Though.
Right.
Whatever you want.
Right.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, that's sick. What was that like, man? That was cool, huh?
I was shitting my pants,
Yeah.
dude. I am just so lucky that he saw my shit on the internet and then he liked me.
Did he reach out to you? Or
Yeah. Well, I
you
asked
had
him.
like a connection?
Well, I did like 20 shows with him, and I worked Comedy Store, Laugh Factory, Improv, and Hollywood and shit, and I'd MC a lot, and I'd get to work with big dogs like Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Sarah Silverman, all so dope. And so I work with them in that capacity a bunch. But when you're the MC, they don't see your set. They show up later, and you do your time. You do 10, 15 up top. And he's usually up last. Like he didn't see. So he knew who I was, just like, oh, I know that guy's face. Like, I've seen him around, he's always here. He's a comic. And then he saw my shit on the internet. This is like over 4 years. I maybe did like, 10, 15, 20 shows. I don't know. Quite a bit of shows. Like, and then he saw my shit on the internet, and then he stopped me at the commentary. He's like, hey, man, I didn't know you were funny. And then, because it's true. It's true. It wasn't a shot or nothing. You don't know until you see someone go up or you see this shit online. And then he's like, "You're fucking weird, huh?" And I was just like, I was literally like this. Like, I was like, "What is happening?"
Yeah.
I was so happy. He's like, "Yeah, man, you're funny." And then he flagged me down again, and he told me, he showed his wife my videos of getting raided. I got raided by the cops, and my buddy the cop pointed a shotgun at my heart. It's a crazy story. Anyway, yeah, it's fucking nuts. And then he saw that, and he said he showed his wife, and I was just like, my mind exploded. I was like, dude, you're my hero. Like,
He's watching your video.
yeah, I was like, what's happening?
Yeah.
Like, a dream came true. And then I did a couple shows. The pandemic hit. This was pre-pandemic. And then the pandemic hit, and then I didn't see him for like 6 more months until LA started to open. And then I was doing a bar show with him at my buddy Mark Hayes, my Irish buddy, and Josh Adam Myers, another good friend of mine. He was on the show. And I was like, well, I got my 100th episode of my podcast coming up. I want to ask Bill. And he's like, well, does he know you? Like, do you have a relationship? I was like, yeah, he likes me. He said I was funny. He's like, yeah, fucking ask him, because if you don't have a relationship, you just kind of an asshole. Yeah. And then I stood up. I bring up Josh's name because I credit him for me asking him. Because I stood up to go ask him, and then I bitched out and I sat back down. I was like, oh, I'm scared. I don't want to do it.
Shit.
And he's like, get the fuck up. He's like, you go ask him. And I was like, all right. And I got up and I was like, excuse me, like, may I please, will you request, could you please do it? And he just said, yeah, I'll do it. What is it? And I was just like, that's how cool he is.
Yeah.
He didn't even know what it was. I was like, oh, it's my podcast.
That's so sick.
And then he's like, yeah, give me your number. And then I was like, what? And he said yes. And then he said to do it from 100th episode. And then he goes, hey, kid, you know what? I booked SNL. I can't do it. Can we do it next week? And I was like, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Of course.
Right.
And so he ended up being the 102nd episode because he was gone to New York. And he's like, don't tell anybody. It's not announced yet. And I was just felt so cool, I was like, I was talking to you. What the fuck planet am I on, dude? And then he SNL, and then he